Good morning, everyone. And good morning, wherever you're in the world. Welcome back. And
good morning, guys.
Michael, we got a little bit of an echo. Is that gone now? Can you guys hear me all right?
Just went away.
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good.
I don't know what that was, but anyway, hopefully it's gone permanently.
Ghosts from yesterday.
Yeah, one of those settings.
Right.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. To all of you, thanks for joining again, making time to watch us during your morning hours or wherever you are in the world. Hope you enjoy the session. And as always, if you've got anything to ask us, let us know and drop it there in the chat box.
Yes.
All right. Michael, I think you want to take things away for us today.
Yeah, I'll jump in. As you guys can see, my lights in the back, they're blue, which means I'm flat. No trades. I'm a little bit worried about today, to be totally honest. I didn't want to jump in anything and like.
They look like lightsabers. I still stand by that.
They do.
Yeah.
Part of the force.
So I'm taking it a little easy today. I was gonna wait to see what all this craziness is happening. So
the hump day craziness.
And I actually didn't really get too much of a setup. I was looking at something in my eye. I was looking at AUD CAD here. Same pattern for the most part, as you guys can see. Right, that same market maker cycle. Right, so coming off this peak top, got that break, retest. Then in this case, it would have been something like this, and then making that low there, right? So, and obviously my sweet spots are here and here, right? So today, this actually would have been that level 2 here, right? So here we got this level 1. I'll just put L1 here to make it short. And then L1, as a matter of fact, I'm going to write this to, in level 1, we have the 1350 cross. Right. So that would be this right here. Right. So there's actually no trade in level 1, as you guys can see, kind of just went right to the 200. That's nothing. That's not a move at all. Let me kind of draw up this peak here too. So we got this peak high, and that's the same thing as right here. Right, so we got this, and I always draw mine right from my levels. I always draw it right at where the corner would be. So this is the peak high here. So you can kind of see this is the same exact thing.
Yep.
But it's all about timing it. Right? We got to time this the right way. So as you can see, peak high over there. And then we got the 1350 cross here, which is the same exact thing as there. All right? So 1350 cross L1. Right? So as far as the market maker cycle, where are we? I can easily tell this is the peak, 1350 cross. And right after that, we have this 5200 cross, right? So there's no move from here to here. Like there's no move in level 1 for this particular one. So the next move that happens in the cycle will always be level 2. And then we know in level 2 is when the 5200 crosses, right? That's L2.
Okay.
And in L2, we're looking for that M off the 200, right? Which we clearly have here. Let me finish marking this up. Same exact thing, 5200 cross L2, right? So cool. So from here, once this comes out the box, I can easily see 5200 cross. I'm looking for that M structure, right? Now they kind of give it to you, but this is why the rules are in place, guys. So important. They give us this first leg, and we can easily tell this. Why? Because this leg on the TDI is outside of the band. That's a dead giveaway. And then they come up here and give us the second move, and they close down. You were expecting to get in here and ride it to at least here. However, if you look at the 4-hour charts, you can see that this last candle, let me zoom in here. This last candle, which occurred right here, is not below the 13 EMA. It's above it. And what that means is you cannot take this. This is a hard pass. Like, this is a hard rule for me. I used to take these trades no matter what. And then I realized that, man, if the price isn't on the right side on the 13 EMA on the 4-hour chart, it seems to not go, right? Which is exactly what's happening here. So in this case, it was close, but you couldn't take it. One, I wouldn't have took it for a full percent anyway. As I mentioned, I'm a little trepidatious today about like all of the news happening at 12. So just kind of waiting around, see what's going on. But two, yeah, this did not set up the right way. And as you can see, in essence, I avoided a bad trade. Had I broke my rules and jumped it anyway, I would be almost getting stopped out right about now. I'd be what,
I see the word
8-9 pips away from getting stopped out.
Your M diagram.
So is that a trade you'll still take if price would drop lower and below that EMA, Michael?
If it was after the news, yep. So that's why I got, you can see here, I still got my alert set, right? M off the 200. This is still very much in play. Very much in play. Because this could easily, I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this. This could easily still do this. It could do something like this, right? Kind of mess around here, and then come up and retest this, and then drop. And I'll still take it. I'll still take that. This still has the room to come back up here and retest that area.
In that market making phase where you'll be interested in still going short. I mean, because it's not complete as yet.
Yep. So if this was to, you see this blue 50 EMA and this white 200 EMA, if these cross back to the upside, then I'm no longer interested in the trade.
Okay. Gotcha.
But as long as they are the way they are now, like not cross, right now this is still short. The 50 is below the 200. This is still very much in play, which is why I still have my alert on here. Typically, if it's not in play anymore, I just take the alert off because I don't want to be getting alerted for no reason. But yeah, that's that would invalidate this pattern here. Is if these two cross just like this did, but instead of to the downside, it'd be to the upside. So if that happens, yeah, I'm not interested anymore. But for the moment, yeah, very much in play. So we'll see what this does.
Is it the FOMC minutes later, or what was it you're waiting for to pass news-wise?
After 12. Yep, after 12. I want that meeting to pass, see what goes on. And this is an Asia pair. So this might not even set up until Asia. If it does set up in Asia after all that news and it still looks pretty, right? Like the 50, 200 didn't cross back up to the upside. Yeah, I'll still be interested in it.
Cool.
So I'm actually expecting this to occur in Asia, to be honest, because I highly doubt that the news will happen at 12 and then it'll hurry up and set up in the 2-hour span. I highly doubt that. So I'm kind of just waiting around for this one. So this is the main one I was looking at for today. I was also looking at S&P, which kind of did the same exact thing, just is the other way. Now, this one I was really, really interested in this. I took this yesterday, actually, and I moved my stops to break even. I didn't make any money off this trade because I didn't take any partials. Reason being is I typically do. I take like a quarter at least most times, except on my A+ setup, which is this one. Right. I don't like to take partials on this one because I'm that confident that it's about to go. And this is one of those times where it didn't. Right. So I didn't get to make any money off this, but same exact thing. Right. We have that peak top here. Right. Break, retest this area, going short. Same thing here. Now this is a little bit uglier, but the pattern's still there. You got this on top here, it broke, right? You come back to retest, and I expected this to drop, which, as you can see, it didn't. So I took this trade yesterday. They moved a little bit far, or a little bit to like halfway, I'd say nearly almost halfway. So I moved my stop loss to break even. And it was actually later in the day too, guys, like really late in the day. So I didn't want to go to sleep with an open position on. So I moved my stops to break even. Woke up today, saw my alert that it took me out. So this was not fun, but it happens, right? So I would have made a little bit off of this, probably like a quarter. So not too much anyway, but this was the move, right? Same exact thing as I always draw out. This is that level 1 trade. We got the 1350 cross. We have the run, and I'm looking for the very first pullback to this 50 EMA. And then I'm expecting it to run towards the 200, which I would have been all over had it happened. Right? But here's another great scenario of why it is so important to move your stop loss to break even at some point. Because had I not, and I didn't close this trade, as you can see, I would be getting stopped out right now. Yeah. So super, super important. And yeah, I'll leave this on for a little bit, but it's looking like this is going to be invalidated. Reason being is, if you can look right here, you can see this 13 and 50 is starting to cross. It's going to end up crossing to the upside. And at that point, I'm no longer interested in this setup. Right? Because I was expecting, as you can see, already got that M up there. Even if it would have came, let me erase this. Even if it would have did something like this, right? Like came down, gave me some type of M structure here and then dropped, I still would have been interested in that. But as you see, it's breaking that high right there at this point. And that is not good. So probably not going to work out. So I'm going to just leave this on for just a little bit longer. I'll probably end up just taking this off. As you can see, I got this labeled as my master trade. This is my A+ setup. So yeah, didn't get to take too much off of this one. It was basically a break-even trade. I think I was +2 on this. So basically nothing. And that's what I like to do too. I don't just move my stops to break even. I'll put it at like +2 to cover the spread. Maybe +4 sometimes just to get like a little bit just in case. But yeah, nothing on this one for the most part. So that one was dead. We also had NAS 100, which was pretty close to the same thing as S&P 500. Right, this one's a little bit funkier, but same deal. Same deal. Right, same structure here. M top, break, retest, drop is what I was expecting it to do. I would want to catch this move here, going short. Now, this one is even funkier than S&P, but once again, it's still there. I can tell that this is the outside structure here because we have this outside the band right there. So this comes up, kind of comes down, makes this weird, funky pattern, close below, right? Does not touch the 200. I was looking for this nice little retest. Would have took this here. Now, I think I mentioned this to you guys yesterday in the session. This one was not pretty because the 1350 crossed back up to the upside. So I left this one alone and I went for S&P. So this one wasn't as pretty as the other one. And as you see, it didn't go either. But I would have loved to move. Let me take this off. If this move would have did something like this still, right? Come here, kind of give me this, and then drop, right? I would still be pretty much interested in this. Right, as long as it's R to R makes sense, which it does. So yeah, this is like $1, risking $1 to make $1.55. Not bad. But as you can see, this is crossing back up to the upside again, and it's taking out these highs. So this might not happen either, right? S&P and NAS 100 are going pretty much the same thing. They're like hanging out together today, to say the least.
Chilling.
Yep, just chilling, relaxing. So I'm assuming everyone's kind of waiting for this news to come out too, just to kind of see. Tyga, I know we had that quick little news trial with everybody, so we was mentioning that would happen Wednesday, which is today. So I'm flat. I don't want to risk anything on today. So this doesn't look like this is going to work out. So I'm gonna leave this on for a little bit longer. As you can see, this also says master trade, just like S&P. But yeah, I'm gonna probably go ahead.
That's
and close
flying
this.
high at the moment.
Yeah, it is. This is not good.
That's at 9:30 a.m. open as well. So, well, it's quite a push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of those inside traders already know the news, so they're taking advantage of it now.
What was that?
Or the banks are doing their manipulation thing. One of the two.
Oh, yeah. We go.
Yeah.
Right, Tiger, you want to take things over?
Oh, my bad. I'm not done yet. I got a little bit more.
We do actually. Michael, do you look at gold sometimes? I forgot.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because we got a question here from Niyitereka Ismail, which is asking about gold. You don't mind having a quick look at that?
Yeah. So gold was actually really close, guys. Really, really close. But you couldn't take this. I mean, for my setup, for the simple fact that we do have this 5,200 cross here, which is great. Right. This lets me know that we're short, and I'm looking for short moves. Right. So looking for that 5,200 cross. I saw this yesterday, actually, but I couldn't take it. We know we're in level 2, and then we're looking for M's off the 200. Right now, this was really close, guys. This gave us a lot of what we would initially be looking for. However, there was no reload. If you look here, you can see the market baseline cross below the static here. But at no point does this yellow market baseline come back above this static. So for me, there was no reload. So even though we did have this move here, like kind of short, and it did drop, I couldn't take this. Even though it worked out, that is not a move that I would take, because my M's and W's off the 200, they require a reload, right? So I would have wanted to see something like this and then go down, right? Because as I mentioned, when they kind of go above this static 50, this is when they're activating those orders going long, right? Those pending orders. So I want them to activate those pending orders long, collect some contracts, manipulate it, and then turn the other way. This is a case that they did not do that. So this was a pass for me in my system. This was a pass. No reload, no trade. That's how it goes with this particular setup. So although very close, no reload. They didn't give it to us. If we kind of pull this up, you can easily see that the yellow market baseline never came back up here. So that's a pass. For me, this is like what we call an outlier. This will happen if the M's and W's are 75%, like they'll work 75% of the time, 25% of the time it doesn't. This is one of those times where this will happen about 25% of the time, right? Like it makes the pattern on the chart, but the TDI says, no, this isn't right, right? So I want to be on the 75% side, not the 25%. Because what happens is they'll throw this sometimes, and then you're like, man, maybe I don't need the reload to take the M's and W's off the 200. And then next thing you know, out of those 10 times, 7 of them don't work. And you only saw that the time that it did work, and you think that you don't need the reload, and that's not the case. This to me is a case where this is a broke clock, and you happen to look at the clock the exact time where the time was right. But yeah, close on gold, but close but no cigar for me. I didn't have everything I needed.
Thanks, Michael.
Yep. And then I'll just do Bitcoin, GU, and GJ, and then I'll just go ahead and pass it along.
Nice.
So yeah,
I love your short
I've looked at all of it already. I already know.
Did not realize. Yeah, it's like
right.
Love it.
Right. Cool. So this is a case where this was close, but not really for me, right? So we had this 5,200 cross once again. Once the 5,200 cross, 200 cross. You know, we're in level 2, We're looking for that M or W off the 200, right? So this crossed to the upside, nice and simple. Now this, where I have this vertical line, this was very close, very, very close. But for me, again, it's W off the 200. It's not V off the 200, right? So this did come down and it ran, but I would have wanted to see it do this and then run up. So this, albeit it did go, this is again how gold just kind of went. This is one of those times where it doesn't work out like this often. It just happens to do it on this case. Typically, they at least make that second leg, retest that area, fail to break it, and then turn around. So I wasn't really interested in this. This next move was kind of close, right? Because we do actually have two legs here, right? And then it's kind of went up, but it's kind of fizzled out. I was looking for more momentum in this move, and it didn't happen. We did have this outside the band, so I knew that this was the outside structure being created. And then, of course, here is inside the band. So I know over here that this is good to go. And it's trying to retest this area, but it can't do it. It's failing to do it. But the fact that this kind of, what I would call, fizzled on out, we had all this momentum here, nice move. I don't want to see it take hours and hours to go forward like that. Like typically when the move happens, if it's the real move, it happens right away. It's a lot quicker than this. So all of this extra hanging around for half a day, almost a whole day, that's not good. I don't want to be caught in this rangy. So this was nothing for me, albeit it was close. So yeah, those are the only ones I was really looking at. And then I'll go over GU and GJ really quick. Yep. So same exact thing here, guys. If you look at this, right? So I drew this to what I was looking for, but it didn't happen. So just like I keep drawing up, you guys will notice I say the same thing over and over and over again. This is how you spot these patterns, nice and simple. All right, level 2, looking for that M off the 200, right? But it never gave it to us. Yes, we have the cross, but as you see, price came up here, but it kind of didn't do anything. It just maybe nicked it a little bit with one little leg. This is nothing. Also, if you look here, once the market baseline goes below the static, as you can see, price never went back above this static EMA. We needed to do something like this, right? It has to come up and activate these orders for me to take it. That's what gives me my edge. If this doesn't happen, I don't have an edge. There's no need for me to get in. At that point, I'm gambling. But if this does happen, right, with the chart, of course, can agreeing, and the market baseline give me that reload, now my edge is appearing, and I need to take it, right? So I would have been much happier to see a move, something more like this, right? And that would look something like this, all right? Take this to the low, put my stops above here, enter here. Now I'm interested in it if it looks like this. But before that, this is nothing to me. I'm just waiting. It's like you just put the food in the oven and you think it's going to be done already. Nah, it's still cooking. It's not.
Got to bake a little longer. Yep.
Yeah. This is nothing.
Watching the microwave.
Right.
Your food. TV.
Exactly.
Right on.
And then same thing with GJ. Yeah, GJ was nothing, like nothing. I think we mentioned last week. No, I think that was earlier this week, actually. Maybe Monday or Tuesday. So once that 5,200 crossed, which was here, I won't draw it on. You guys can see the 5,200 cross. We did have this pattern, this head and shoulders pattern off of this 200 EMA. Not the prettiest at all because this crossed back to the downside. Then it's crossed the upside. It would look much prettier than this if it were right. And a great example of that is AUDCHF. If you can look at this, this is much nicer, right? We have the 5,200 cross, and then we have this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, drop. This is nice. EMAs aren't crossing up and down and all around. So this is a clean one, but GJ is not clean. So really ugly. So I did not take this one. But that is pretty much it, guys. I did get an alert on EF just now, which I was looking at earlier this week, but it held the level so crazy that it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And yeah. So same thing. We did get this 5,200 cross here. Now, although this did touch the 200, remember market baseline is below the static, so there's no reload yet. So this does not count. This is nothing. What does count though is this over here. Reason being, as you can see, market baseline is now above this static. So this is the reload that I'm referring to. Right. So this counts over here.
Okay.
Only thing about this one was it was ugly. Like when it actually did go, it was ugly. This range here, I didn't like. Just kind of set in this area, not the cutest at all. And by the time this came out the box, hit the stops high and rolled over, this didn't give me 4-hour confirmation, so I let it go too.
Cool.
So
cool.
Super close. If we look at this one on the 4-hour chart. Okay, here it is. If you look at this, you can see that the previous candle, which is this one, is not only above the 13, it's above the 52. So I can't take this. I would have needed this to close below to take it. So there was no 4-hour confirmation on this one. So they snuck this one in too. But yeah, guys, that was pretty much it for me. Did you guys want me to cover anything else or any questions or anything before I pass the screen?
Well, I was just making the observation when you draw out your M, and then when you draw out your little diagram, and then you circle your level 1, and then you put your other M, it spells mom. So I was just thinking might be a good tattoo idea for you, Michael. Because it's your own personal diagram, and you're paying homage to your mom as well.
To Mona Lisa.
Right.
And I'll get the Hungarian flag, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's funny. Sam told me I need to get this. I've drew this out so many times. He has so many sessions. He sees it all the time too. He said I need to get this tattooed or get a shirt with this on here.
A shirt. Oh, there you go.
Like a shirt. T-shirt will look really nice.
Yep. That's great.
Good stuff, Michael.
Yeah, this is that market maker cycle for sure. I always want to take note of this. A lot of people mention like M's and W's, right? Which there's M's and W's here, but you want to know where you are in the cycle to be able to take advantage of these M and W's.
Yeah.
Right. Like these are two key levels. This break retest. Man, like I always use the words. These two areas are the safest trades on the charts. Like these two, super safe to take these. Right? Like your probability of actually hitting on these trades, I promise it goes up at least some.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's very early on in the move, so yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah. And they drum out in levels, right? So you got peak high, peak low. 1 and 2 is where it's at. Everybody tries to grab the move so high and ride it down to all the way here. And it's like, dude, that won't work long term. Like you might get a few trades like that and it just works out great. You're going to lose so many times trying to catch that. It's just not going to work out long term.
Yeah, the trading graveyard is full of people that tried calling tops and bottoms. So catching the falling knives, but no, that's a great one that you do because you wait till everybody, messes up and gets sent to the graveyard, and then when that move proves itself, then you're catching the meat between it. So,
and it's that extra confirmation that you're in the right. The cycle is going your way, right? As well.
Yep.
No, that's a good
again.
one.
That's what it's about. Let everyone get trapped. Be patient. Sit on your hands. And the cool thing about it too is, I mean, obviously this doesn't happen every time, but when you do wait on that move and it's finally ready, the move happens fast. I mean, fast. Like I'm moving stop loss to break even fairly quickly. I'm talking about in 2 candles, 1 hour candles, so about 2 hours. You should be at break even, if not at TP already. So it's worth the wait.
Yeah. Right on, right on. Well, as soon as my trade plan for the day pops up.
Oh, Rich, it looks like you got one of those cameras like Sam that zooms in and zooms out.
Yeah,
I do, but I've just switched off that function now.
Okay.
So if I use my hand like that, it actually stops. So I must be careful not waving at you guys.
If a fly walks across it, does it move it?
I don't know yet.
I guess we'll find out.
For sure.
Excuse me. All right. So just what I'm looking at today, obviously Governor Bailey had his little speech. Just a lot of the same. Higher uncertainty. That seems to be the common theme with a lot of these governor speeches. So, higher uncertainty, delaying investment decisions. So, yeah, just more nothing burgers, in my opinion, when you look at it from a 30,000 foot view of the speech. But I wanted to go over the COT update, the COT data, and something called the carry trade scanner. So, you guys know I personally like the longer term trades. If I had to pick one or the other, right, 4 hour, 1 hour versus like 5 minute, that would definitely be the hill I would die on. So when I trade the longer time frames, the higher time frames, I definitely pay attention to the carry trade scanner because of the swap fees. So I was going to show that on my Edge Finder here in a moment to let you know what I look at, especially if I'm in a trade for X amount, for several days. I just don't want it, even if that move is going for me, I don't necessarily want to stay in a trade if it's going to continue eating me up on swaps. So I'll kind of point out is for the crowd. And then, they've been talking about more optimism on the European Union trade deals. So we'll see how that all, pans out. And then, when it comes to the New Zealand dollar, they did keep rates unchanged yesterday. Wasn't really a ton of movement, so really negligible. It was just kind of a boring day, unlike the day before with the Australia rate adjustments. So, but really the top 5 I'm watching right now is the Euro Canada dollar on a 1 hour demand zone. The VWAP is actually going through that zone as we speak, so it's just another odds enhancer added to that potential trade setup. I'll go over that. And then I'm in 3 positions currently, Euro Aussie dollar, Bitcoin long, and then pound Swiss short. So I'll go over that real quick. But other main one is the pound dollar. So this one was giving me a bullish bias as recently as last week, I think it was. But the script is completely flipped. So it's actually giving me a negative bias, a bearish bias. So I have identified a 1 hour supply zone. Same thing. It's got a VWAP going right through it. So I'm going to take a quick peek at that. But a little higher on the curve. So it might present a very good risk reward, if I catch a good move to the downside. So, just going over to the calendar. There's the FOMC minutes that, Michael, you were talking about. They were asking about gold earlier. So I wanted to look at it just from a fundamental point of view real quick. So let me isolate my my metals and just take a quick look at gold. So on gold, I'm getting a bias of a 3. So remember, 5 or higher is a bullish, -5 or lower is bearish. So I really, for me personally, looking at gold, I just need to find at least 1 or 2 other good pieces of news for gold. So meaning negative for the U.S. So, if that's the case, then that would give me a good bullish bias, obviously, to look to time a trade on the chart. So if I'm sitting at a 3, the reality is, if I go back to my calendar, obviously Thursday, tomorrow, we do have unemployment claims coming out. So if that number which is projected to raise by 3,000, it looks like, to 236. If that number is soft and does not meet expectations, say it's 220,000, 210,000, then that's obviously negative for the dollar, but that's good for gold. So for me personally, to get into gold, I would want to see what the result comes out of for the unemployment claims tomorrow, just to give me a little bit more information. You know, with me with trading fundamentally, information is my trade. I mean, charts, like I say, charts are always kind of the last thing I do.
Right.
But yeah, if I get a good fundamental reason to trade gold, then I may be looking at that come tomorrow after this report comes out. Again, if it's soft for the dollar. Because if it's soft for the dollar, you know, obviously it's good for gold. So, yeah, that's all I really need is just another good piece of news. And then if I look at gold, I wish I had that news today because it's currently actually bouncing in. Oh, I need to flip it. It's actually sitting in a 4-hour demand zone right now, as you can see. Obviously, it's just been going up and up and up for a long time. So the trend overall is great, except it has been obviously going quite sideways for the last couple, 3 weeks or so. But if I'm looking at this immediate swing low and swing high on the 4-hour time frame, and yeah, I mean, you know, there's a demand zone there. It's obviously, you know, sitting just under the 61 zone there, or the 61 level on the fib. So, you know, if you're looking at it just from a technical perspective, then it might be a decent place to take a stab at it. Because again, it is bouncing off that longer term uptrend line. I mean, it's just going right over it. So, and then yeah, outside of that 4-hour demand zone candle, I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 excellent looking, you know, bullish candles. So, but on the way down, it's kind of created another little 4-hour supply zone. I wouldn't be too worried about that because it hasn't been strong enough to break through the demand zone. And plus it's low on the curve. So remember, this is obviously, again, where we pull out our Hungarian flag, like I like to do. and then right there's your curve. So you got this low point, you got this high point. Green means buy, red means sell. The white, what does that mean? It means no go. It means don't diddle in the middle. Anytime you guys hear that expression, that's what that means. Don't diddle in the middle. So now, you know, that's a rule that is best for, I would say, the newer traders. If you've been trading a while, you kind of, you know, you can trade in the middle. Because you've got a system, you've got something that works good for you.
Right.
But especially for newer people, I always just advise just buy low on the Hungarian flag, sell high, right? Buy low, sell high, sell, you know, short, sell high, buy to cover low. So, but yeah, from a pure technical standpoint, it's not a horrible place to take a stab and then maybe, you know, look to take profit up in this area. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for gold, just to kind of piggyback off of what Michael was talking about. Because again, we all have different systems. His system is giving him a no-go. Mine is too. But, you know, for me, I just need to see a good fundamental report for gold, and then we'll be golden. So I wanted to take a quick peek at my trades. I'm going to flip over. So I've got 2 trades that are it's the same ones I've been in all week. 2 of them have risen since yesterday, so they're looking good. And then one of them is just being a pain in the butt going sideways. So that'd be the Euro Aussie dollar trade. That was the one I bought in this area right here after the Australia rate cut came out, and they raised the rates, right? Raised to the 385 from the 360. So yeah, I'm still in that. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry. Still in that trade. It's just kind of going sideways. It might tap me out, it looks like, but I've got a stop loss there, small loss. So we'll just give that a little bit more time, probably the rest of the week. If it's still going sideways in this area by the end of the week, probably likely just get out of it. Start all over next week. But other than that, the pound Swiss, that's given me, let me just restart my chart real quick here, refresh it. All right. Yeah, so let's go back to the pound Swiss. Yeah, so that supply zone candle, it's giving me a pretty nice slow, steady grind downward now. So, yeah, I already moved my stop loss to break even, my cup of coffee, my free cup of coffee, like I mentioned yesterday. So, free trade rest of the way. Price starts getting in this area, then I'll obviously start trailing my stop down, and yeah, may just possibly bump my take profit to the end of this, to this low over here. So, it's all discretionary. It just kind of depends on the price action, right? So, yeah, I'll probably end up moving that stop loss a little lower down to lock in some more profits here shortly. Okay. And then Bitcoin. So that's another one I bought last week right here in this area on July 4th in that demand zone. Giving me a nice spike up. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a rejection candle as we speak, but yeah, I bought here, stop loss here. Let's see what a 1-to-1 looks like. I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, that's 1,200. Oh, I guess we are 1-to-1.
You're pretty much there.
Pretty much there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, tell you what, 1 hour might be a decent place to avoid a loss. So we'll move that to break even. So I got 2 cups of coffee for free. So we're looking good there. And then I do have obviously my take profit up here. I think I might actually raise it up just a little higher for now. But yeah, same thing. I mean, as price gets up in this area, same thing. I'll just start trailing up or underneath the swing lows. Might even look at that on a 15. Yeah, so we get up if we break this high right here. Let me just scroll out. See my profit target up there. There's my path to it. Yeah. So I mean, if we come up here and break this high, then I'll probably just move my stop loss from this swing low to this swing low. Okay.
So one swing low behind.
Right. So because it broke all this, that's why I moved it to break even to begin with. But yeah, if we can get another break of this high, then I'll probably go ahead and move from this swing low to swing low. So it's just kind of I don't do trailing stops, meaning I don't let the system do it. I just like to manually do it below the swing low point.
Yeah, me too.
As it has
too.
Change of character. So, yeah, no, it's just like a pretty simple, easy way to do it.
Yeah. Because you don't want it, for me, I don't want it to it's like, wait, I wouldn't have put it right there. And it's like, it took me out and I wouldn't have did it like that. I'd rather manually do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because, and an easy way to kind of judge that too is, maybe look at the retracements. So if I know that I had a retracement from here to here, from this point to this point, then it's safe to say we could get another retracement of that same distance. So, if I just, let me see here, that's going to be what? Let's just say 1,000. Yeah, 1,000. So then I can safely assume that from this swing high, we could get another 1,000, 1,000-point retracement, which would be right about there, even if it was the 1,200.
Yeah.
So then that would tell me, actually, it's even there now. So I mean, theoretically, I could just go ahead and move it there now, but I'll just leave it with that little bit of wiggle room. But yeah, it's on the more recent retracements, that's a good way to gauge, to give you an understanding. Okay, I would expect it would at least retrace that much.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then carry trade. So something I like to look at, like if I'm observing the fact I'm short pound Swiss. On my Edge Finder, I have this fun little tool called the carry trade scanner. So if I click on that, basically what it's showing me is the base current, base currency, quote, currency rates, the interest rates. So if you see one that's blue, that means if you're buying long, it's going to pay you. It's going to pay you a swap or a credit.
Yeah.
A credit to your account. If it's red, and if it's red and you buy it, it's going to charge you. Okay, at the end of each night. So, it's always good in general just to be in sync with whatever the rates are giving you. Obviously, dollar, Swiss franc, it's going to pay you if you're long. If you're short, it's going to charge you that same amount. So this is just for people that may not know this as well. But so
when does this update every day, Tiger?
No, well, this is just straight across. Oh yeah, it updates anytime there's an interest rate change. Yeah, usually it's usually updated within the hour or so. But
that's nice.
Yeah, but if I'm just looking at the pound Swiss, just as an example, where's my pound Swiss here?
It's almost like dividends.
Forex.
It looks like it was at the top. Yeah.
Pound Swiss, pound.
It's number 3, I believe. Number 3.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm short the pound Swiss. So as you can see, I'm getting charged 4.25% every night when when the new day switches over. So it's just something I want to be aware of. If I'm short this, I want to make sure my price is moving in my favor, enough to obviously profit on top of the swap fees that I'm paying. So
that's good. That's really good.
Sitting at $230 at the moment profit. So I'm not worried about the swaps because I don't know the exact swap for this. It's usually about $5, $10, $15, a night, just depending on the size I put on. But yeah, it's just something I want to be aware of because if I'm in this particular trade for, let's say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and it's just going sideways, well, it's just costing me to stay in it as a short position. Now, if I was in it long, it's paying me, even if it's going straight sideways. So anyway, that's just something for everybody to be aware of. Anybody watching the stream, especially if you do the longer term swing trades, you don't have to worry about it so much when you're scalping and you're just doing intraday, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, time frame trades. But it's just something to be aware of for those longer term traders. So I thought I would throw that out. And then the Euro Aussie dollar. Just wanted to look at that one because I'm in that one as well. Euro. Okay, so that's the same thing. I'm long Euro Aussie dollar, but it's charging me a swap of 2.15% at the end of each day. So 2.50% of the, let's see, this the total equity. Is that right? The equity of the trade itself. I believe that's what it is. So yeah, the total equity of the trade. So anyway, so basically I'm getting charged a swap fee on both of these. Now the Euro Aussie dollar, just to go back to my trade, again, it's a negative. So not only am I currently down on this trade, but I'm also getting charged that swap fee. So this is one that I'm definitely going to pay extra attention to over the next couple of days. And again, if it's just going straight sideways, if it's down in this area by the time Friday hits and the market closes, I'm just going to get out of it. I don't want those weekend swap fees added because they count as 3 times 3 on Wednesdays or something like that. Yeah, brokers find ways of charging you. So unless I get just a big spike up in the next couple of days, I'm exiting out of this trade before the weekend hits. So that's all because of the swap fee. So it's a little more advanced stuff. Sorry to, probably spin people's brains.
Very interesting.
But it's just something to keep an eye on, and maybe write down and circle back in a couple of years when you start getting a little more advanced. So,
now that's good information because I'll be honest, like a part of me, like I mentioned prior, that like I don't really like to pay swap. It's hard enough to trade as it is. So to add a fee on top of a fee, that makes no sense. So it's good to know that.
And that's why I say, if I'm getting into a trade, especially off my demand zone, supply zone bounces, I want it to move fast. Because if it's not moving fast, just diddling around and going sideways, then it's charging me, especially if I'm going against the carry trade. So, that was
that's good to know. A lot of beginner traders, I would suppose, doesn't even know what that is. All of a sudden, you're looking at your stake. and there's like fees going off, and then you want to blame the broker, but it's just part of trading.
It's just
right?
part of it's the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. I mean, just like when you have a losing trade, it's a cost of doing business. That's really, the best way to look at it. I mean, I think I have like a 38% win percentage. So it doesn't sound great to probably a brand new trader, but when I win more than I lose, I mean, I'm losing a tiny amount. I'm winning those 2 or 3 to 1 risk reward. Then making the actual money. So
Robert says it's the feed, but the feed to
ride the ride, Robert. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm mixing my words up then. You're 100% right, Robert.
I mean, when you go start a small business, think of all the thousands of dollars you have to spend up front just to get your supplies, and technology going, and certifications, licensing, all that. So, that's essentially what trading is. I mean, maybe you pay for some education, maybe you obviously fund an account, but each loss is just nothing more than cost of doing business and learning. Like I said the other day, you learn more from your losses than your wins. So, let me see here. What else was I going to go over? COT report. Yeah, I wanted to go over that real quick.
Can I just quickly jump on there?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just finish it off with the COT.
Okay.
Report.
Do you want to jump on?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I just need to get my analysis out of the way. I don't want to be talking if something happens and then I'm not concentrating. So nothing's happening at the moment. That's all I'm really trying to say. But let's go to
markets are still right now.
Going.
And right, crude oil. We got crude oil inventories in about 25 minutes or so. It's a little less. Again, we went through this analysis this week. Price did hit the 68.53 level, which is again a downward sloping angle line taken from my upper, the angle taken from my upper median line, right? Going down to a 4-hour, this was that fair value gap that we talked about at the beginning of the week. Again, still got an alert active around 66.88. So should price reach that, might do so if we get an intense reaction to the crude oil inventories. And then if we can get into that zone, or maybe not, right? Price might just shoot up from here. But I'm still really hoping for a retest of, or not retest, it's still not, it's unmitigated, it's not been tested yet. And then some sort of a bounce out of it. And then see if we can actually target these highs again. I say we, myself, around about 68.93. And so that's still the plan. Got to be patient, wait for price to move lower.
Tiger.
And
can you hear Richard?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you hear me, Michael? Can't you hear me?
Can you hear? Gosh, I hear both of you.
Okay, now, Michael, can you hear me now? That's weird because you heard me earlier on.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right, I'll just quickly finish the analysis and see if I can get onto that while you guys take over again.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, where was I? Yeah, just very easy. Waiting for price to make a move to that fair value gap. This is again on the 4-hour time frame. Very similar to what Tiger does with these supply and demand zones, although this is a fair value gap. Got to be patient, right? Got to see what happens. If price reaches them, you get some sort of reaction from them and then react. All right, where price is currently right now, it's tried to get through that angled black line that I drew there. And this is a good example of how market geometry can work sometimes. How price is drawn towards these lines, as well as how they can act as support and resistance. In this case, 2 fails to actually break above it. All right, so that is crude oil. Michael, can you hear me now?
Can you hear Richard, Michael? I mean, I hear him just fine. Are you unable to? Michael, can you hear either one of us? I guess not. I think he's missed figuring it out. But
all right, we'll see if we can sort that out. Maybe Dinesh look at it. Wasn't that side of things? Back end. Look at the NASDAQ. Very strong move here, right at the open to the upside. Looking at a 15-minute time frame here, we've got a pretty large fair value gap that formed about 15 minutes or so back. Just tracking this move to the upside for where price might potentially move towards. We're looking at this upper red warning line around about 22,975, almost at a 23,000 level. That will definitely, in my opinion, be a drawing, sort of like a drawing card or level, and also psychological level. That being said, price has just cleared Thursday's highs at 22,000. Where's that gone now? 922, right? So I wouldn't need to wait. Clearly, it's bullish for a pullback lower here. Maybe back into this fair value gap, which is this green block that just filled here on my chart, or the zone over there. And I would like to see that potentially before price hits the upper red warning line, which is just upward sloping angled line of that pitchfork, right?
Oh, it's flying,
it's basically equal distance from place to the upper side, which is called a warning line. So that could potentially be an area where price might find resistance and also move towards. If it fails to actually get there today, or hopefully during the session, there, and we make a move lower, then I'll be definitely interested in a retracement into that fair value gap. See if it maybe aligns with one of these market geometry lines, and then try to get into a trade and trade it back to the upside if it works out that way.
And what was your favorite time frame for finding the fair value gaps again? Was it the 15 or the
5 minutes?
The 5.
But you see, when you get really strong moves to the upside, the fair value gaps all over the show. This big one down here actually corresponds with the larger 15-minute one. It's actually a little bit wider than this. So there's one on the 5 and the 15-minute that form around about the same area. We also have that center median line running straight through it. So that could also then act as support, right? So yeah, need a decline or retracement lower before I'll get long on the NASDAQ. I'm not chasing it at the moment. Can you hear me now, Michael? You're back.
Yeah, I hear you fine now. I don't know what that was.
Nice.
A glitch, a gremlin. All right, so what else was I looking at this? Someone's alert going. No. There was just an alert that went off somewhere, but it's not me. Anyway, so that's what I'm looking at. I'm really hoping that we can get some sort of retracement here on the NASDAQ. We do, like I mentioned, in about 17 minutes, got crude oil inventories. Hopefully I can get a nice sort of deeper discount into that zone and then try to trade it back to the upside. So today, just looking at the NASDAQ and crude oil, I'll definitely not try to short crude oil towards the zone, especially right before crude oil inventories. That is sort of like the CPI numbers for crude oil, if you will. It can get quite volatile. And crude oil can also move pretty fair distances in a very short period of time, which you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of it. So be patient, wait for the areas. If price reaches it, get a reaction from it, then yeah, got to trade. Obviously, risk-reward ratio needs to be appropriate for you to get into the trade as well. So obviously, a lot of things to think about as a new trader. But even if you're not a new trader and be trading as long as we have, these are all things that's always in the back of your mind. You should always consider them. All right, so that's me, guys. I'm going to wait for the next, like I said, probably 15 minutes now. We can then switch back maybe to crude oil here, see if there's any reaction to those numbers and if there's any sort of trade set up. If the NASDAQ again drops lower, then I'll be interested in taking along, but it's got to, I'm not going to go long at the current levels. Okay. Right. Michael, do you have anything else to show us there, or Tiger, you want to go ahead with you do. Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm looking at this. I can jump in UF short. I'm liking UF short here. So I will show what I see here.
Please do.
Yeah, this one's a little low. It's only took this with a half a position, but of course, since I took it on a half position, it ends up going. But that's how it always works out, right?
Of course.
Let's see. I'm in here at 79.52. So 79.52 is about right. Let me scoot this down. 52 is like right here. So nice one for $1.25. Not bad at all. Yeah, this actually has everything that I would need to take, guys. I don't like it because it's kind of low. So that is the reason I put the half on it. But again, for me, I don't not take the trades. I just put less on it. So we got this 5,200 cross here, of course. And once we get the 5,200 cross, as I always say, we're in level 2. Oh, whoops. What just happened?
Red alert 2.
Okay. 5,200 cross, we're in level 2. Looking for that M off the 200, right? Just that pattern. That's what I really want to see, is that pattern off the 200. Which now again, it could be an M. It could also be what I would call like a head and shoulders pattern as well. Kind of how I showed on Bitcoin longs, and then how I showed on AUDCHF. Right, but we got these two things here. So I got, first of all, I have this outside structure here, so I know this could possibly create it, but that's not the move to take. Then we have this other one here. All right, now we're getting somewhere. So that's outside the band as well. And then this one here is slight, but this is outside the band as well. So once I see these 3 hits, I know that's not the move yet. I'm looking for an inside the band with the retest of this area, which is what we have here. It retested this same little area, but on the TDI, this is definitely inside the band, right? We also have our, if I scoot this up, we have our reload right in here, right? If you look, market baseline has gone above the static line right here. And it has, this entire thing is what creates this reload, right? So they've activated those pending orders long. And what I really like about this is the fact that this market baseline is just what I call screaming down. It's going like hard 90-degree angle down, basically, right? So really, really like that. So I have my chart and my TDI both agreeing with me saying that this thing is short. So just took a little small position on it, as you guys can see, just a little half. I always like to put these, so just in case I step away from the computer, I always kind of like to put these 4 alerts on here, which of course is SL hit, stop loss hit. I want to know if when this is coming back, maybe I'll take a second position. You know, maybe I'll just leave it alone. It kind of depends on what it looks like on the hard right edge. But in this case, today, I definitely would not be taking another position right before this news. I ultimately wanted to get to here, right? At least in this area, this is like the next bounce area. This is yesterday's blue tracer. So once it gets here, I'll move my stop loss to break even, right? And of course, I have my infamous TP smacked, my favorite alert.
Smack.
Yeah.
So yeah, TP smacked.
TP smack.
So I'm just kind of love that alert when it goes off. So we're not far away at all. We got 5 pips away from it. We'll see what happens. That might happen in the next. We got 25 minutes left. It might happen in the next 25 minutes. But yeah, guys. Other than that, that is. Let me lock this on here. So yeah, everything
Good
else
stuff.
is pretty much the same as always. And then of course, I always have to include this as well. If we look at the 4-hour chart, you can clearly see that the previous closed candle, which is this one here, is below this 13 EMA, right? And this is why I say this is a hard rule for me, because I used to take it without it and I was losing a lot. So I literally only take these trades if this is a 4-hour confirmation with it, right? And as I mentioned earlier, once it kind of sets up the right way, it gets to TP or at least break even pretty quickly, right? So
Very nice.
Yeah, this candle has 2.5 hours on it. So we'll see. This is pretty much almost right here. As long as I can get here, I know I'm at break even. I don't have to worry about it on the table. And yeah, I'll just move my stop loss probably like +1, +2, and see what happens. That's pretty much it.
Right on.
Now, when I see UF moving like this, it always makes me want to look at EURUSD to kind of see what's happening with this one as well. All right, so if that one's going down, typically this one will be going long. Now, the next move in this cycle, today's Wednesday. Yeah, today's Wednesday. So we might get to see this, guys, in like the next few days. Now, what I'm looking for here is, and I'm pointing this out right now, so when it sets up, you guys can kind of see I predicted this, but this 5,200 is about to cross, is looking like, right? Now, typically I'm showing something that happened already, right? But this will be a case where this has not happened yet, and I'm showing what I would take, right? So once this 5,200 crosses, the move that we are looking for is this M off this 200 going short, right? Simultaneously, let's look at the TDI. You can see the TDI happened back here. Market baseline crossed below the static here. And the market baseline has not gone above the static yet. So what I would like to see is this to come up, give me that reload that I love looking for, that I have to have on this setup. And then I would take this short. Right, so EU might be a nice level 2 trade tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I don't want to take it on Friday. I don't really like trading on Friday, so I'm gonna say hopefully tomorrow this can set up, and this might be a nice 1-for-2 setup. All right, so this will not be a bad trade at all, guys. Like, this is gonna be really nice if it does set up. All right, we got our peak top here, as you can see, 1350 crossed here. So we know it just happened on Sunday, right? So not the best, but this was the level 1 move after the 1350 cross. We got the run, the pull back to the 50, and riding it towards the 200. The next move that happened is the 5,200 cross and the M off that 200. Right? Same exact pattern that I always draw. That's why for me, this is crucial.
Tattoo.
Once I can identify where I am in the cycle, everything else is just waiting. It's a waiting game. Right? So we took that. Well, we didn't take that move, but that move already happened. And that move, yeah, the tattoo. Right. So we will be looking for this next move to happen right here, which is that 5,200 cross and that M off the 200. With this beautiful reload, if we can get all of this to occur, of course, with the 4-hour confirmation, this trade will be good to go. So I'm going to leave this here. And I was able to identify that, guys, like just by knowing that UF likes to do the opposite. So when I see this setting up, right, it makes me just want to look at the other one. It's opposite twin, so to speak.
Gotcha.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, I would love to see this work out. Like, love it. This would be a great trade to take. And it has, again, this is a nice 2-for-1 move too as well. So this will be good. We'll see what it does. Hopefully it doesn't get blown out the box.
All right. I know. All right. But if you want, I can show my UK trade real quick. And I know you got your oil inventories coming up here in a few minutes.
Please do.
Yeah, I'll show you real quick what I did while you guys were doing your thing. Gooey trades.
Bring up the gooey.
Yeah. So with the UK, the FTSE, we were talking about that earlier. You can see I'm getting a fundamental score of a 5 right here. So that gives me permission for longs. So flipping back over on the small time frame, 15-minute, I did have a demand zone candle here. 1, 2, 3 green candles coming out. Did break this little wick as well. Came back down, hit the zone. Obviously longer term, uptrend. So, yeah, we're going to see how that works out. I got in a little bit later because I didn't see it when it first hit it, and I would have probably avoided it except for the fact that as price, kind of left the first time. Obviously, I had that trigger candle there on a 5-minute with a really good spike in volume below. Had a couple red candles as well that were pretty sharp to the downside, but the volume was getting smaller. So when I'm looking at that candle right there and that volume, and then I compare it to these other similar size red candles, you can see the volume is just a lot less. So this is just really nitpicking, but this is what told me I could take a stab at it. Now, if it were the inverse, I probably would have avoided it, meaning if these candles had high volume, I would have obviously ignored it as far as that red candle. But as you can see, the volume is just kind of going down. So I wasn't too worried about those candles because of the law of effort versus result when we're talking Wyckoff theory. So anyway, I just got into that. We'll see how that one works out. And you got your inventory coming up. So just wanted to point that out.
Got a couple of minutes there. Let me just share my screen again.
Yeah.
We'll bring it up.
Minute and a half.
Yeah, just quickly looking at the NASDAQ, we are getting that decline I've been waiting for. We'd like to see pull in a bit deeper. You can also see that SMT divergence at the top here. See how NASDAQ moved higher. It also coincided with hitting this dashed median line. And we're making sort of lower highs on the ES. So obviously, with ICT type of concepts, that's seen as smart money manipulation for them positioning themselves, whoever them are. They always like to say them. Who are they exactly? Not the big institutions. But, we are seeing a decline, which is good. I try to move it a little bit lower. Right. We're doing on the report. Let me just refresh my Forex factor there. 22 seconds left. again, with anything, I don't like trading into a news event unless I am holding a position for a longer period of time and price proper in like sort of profit, right? So we go down to a smaller time frame, and we've got it coming out right now, apparently.
Yeah. I think I can.
Pending.
Refresh.
Yeah.
You would think it would
What are
be
you guys
so
following their Forex news?
What was that?
Pending. I don't know. I'm not getting any numbers through there yet. Your calendar. What do you use?
It's 7.1 million.
There we go.
Oh, Forex Factory. Yeah, that's the same one I use. Oh, that's a big one.
That's a big one. And it was crazy. I think it was last week's one was massively below expectations. So that's obviously a huge increase.
That's a huge one.
Yeah. So my chart is standing still. Nothing much happening, guys. No reaction as of yet. Although this is what's his name. I must actually
very anticlimactic.
Yeah. Wow.
Actually look at my mistake.
Yeah, that's interesting going to
WTI. Oh my dear. Why did it do that?
Yeah, it's pretty well.
It's nothing's happening, guys. Unfortunately.
A nothing burger.
Nothing's happening. It's a nothing burger for crude oil, that's for sure. Let's look at the NASDAQ. It has now moved into that fair value gap. So that's quite a strong decline here. A typical scenario where you probably got a lot of guys trapped, expecting a breakout to the upside. Just get rid of all these lines. Price breaks above last week Thursday's highs, I believe all-time highs, and bam, they get whipped, dropping all those buyers. Strong move downwards. It is though what it is. I want to take a trade here. If I can maybe just drill down to a smaller time frame. See if we can get some sort of indication of a potential reversal taking place. But a very strong drop down, right?
Yeah, it's retracing good. Pretty good.
We got a fair value gap here, another one to the upside. I think it might be worth taking a stab at this should price break above them, and then they can be used as inverse fair value gaps.
Well, for what it's worth, NASDAQ score of an 8 on my setups, top setups.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's one of the.
So price exactly tagged that center median line, which is the green line running through that fair value gap. Again, I'm on a 1 minute time frame here, so it's pretty aggressive. See how beautifully it tagged that center median line. Will it stay above it? We'll just have to wait and see. Plus, we got another 10 minutes left in today's session. Switching back to the 1 minute. If price breaks below the center median line, it's probably going to retrace, I would say, all of this move that we've seen to the upside. But it is an area of interest for me, so let's see. Look, I'm not going to jump into a candle just because it gave the little bounce to the upside, right?
Nah, that's not enough for the story.
Yeah.
That's quite the curl back.
More information.
Quite the curl back.
Obviously, it would have been nice if we could sort of like, you know, do this towards a bit more of a zigzag behavior and then see price go upwards. But just one straight drop down.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is also NASDAQ, right? They move very fast. You've got to be quite quick to react, especially if you want to get into good levels here. So let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable jumping in it either. I mean, I do see a 30-minute demand zone a little further down, but
Where's yours lie?
22,789.
Do we even have the same price between your broker and mine? Because the one I'm showing you.
Yeah, the ones I
wildly different.
Yeah, typically a little lower, but I don't have great volume coming out of it at the bottom, so I'm just personally going to let it play out, not even touch it.
Yeah, look, if it's not holding that median line or this area here, then like I said, it's probably going to take out all of this inefficiency that occurred to the upside. And potentially get another set. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, it's going down. It's going down.
And that's why you wait for some sort of other confirmation sometimes, right? Especially if you're worried about things. Testing previous days.
Absolutely.
So, guys, I'm sitting on my hand here. I'm not doing much. Let's quickly look here at the comment section, guys. TBB Trade is asking about silver.
Silver.
Tiger, did you show silver yesterday?
Not on silver, I didn't, but I can.
No, I think it was Michael, wasn't it? Did you show silver? One of you guys showed silver recently.
Yeah, I can pull up silver.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you pull that up?
I trade silver.
Let's have a look at GBP.
Yeah.
I'll jump back on it.
Okay. Yeah, so silver is a little interesting. Let's see what we got. I'll show what I see on here. Yeah, so silver's pretty high, right? Like I don't really like to trade it when it's in this higher level like this. And also the market baseline is starting to point down, right? So I will personally be looking for a move to the downside that looks something like this. I would want to see this 5,200 cross to the downside, so I would know I'm in level 2. My eclipse is here. So let's just say it happened like this. 5,200 cross. I know I'm in level 2, and I'm looking for that M off 200. Right. Simultaneously, what I would also want to see is this market baseline, how it's below. I want it to go back above and create that reload. Right. The reload is a must. As I always say, no reload, no trade on this particular setup, because they haven't trapped the traders yet. If they don't trap them, then you're going to get trapped. That's what's going to happen. Right. So I want to see this come down a little bit, give me some type of M structure off this 200 EMA, and then drop towards this 800 EMA. And that move will look something like this. Right. Got to put your stops above this swing point. So yeah, this will be a nice 2-for-1 as well. This is one scenario, and this is actually the preferred scenario. Yeah, because this is already really high. I wouldn't want to be taking this longer, right? Like it's already pretty high up here already. Like for me, this is a level 3 trade. I don't want to take this even high. I mean, you can do it obviously, but I would want to see some pull down to this 800 EMA first. Right. Gotcha. And if that move happened, it would look like this. So this is scenario 1. right? Which is the preferred scenario, right? But we also have a second scenario that will look something like this. We do have a 5,200 cross here to the upside. All right, so same exact thing. 5,200 cross. It's already in level 2, going long. In this case, I will look for a W off the 200. Right now, the market baseline is kind of already below the static, so this is fine. But I would want to see it kind of dip a little bit further and then come up. All right, so same thing. Need that reload. Right, and then in this case, instead of it being an M, I would look for. So we already have an outside the band here, so I can tell this is the outside structure here. Right, so maybe something like this, M structure, and then going back to the top here, and that move will look something like this. You would definitely want to close above the 50, which is stop below, and target may be here. So as you can see, it's a much better move to the downside. The downside gives you a 2-for-1. This one only gives you a 1 1/4. So this would be the second scenario. I'm much more leaning towards the downside because one, it's already high. It's time for some pullback towards this 800 EMA, right? And then two, it gives you a better R to R. So I like shorts way better than I like longs, but those are both scenarios on silver.
Well,
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would
from
absolutely.
Robert.
I think for me, I'm on a higher time frame for silver. Real quickly, yeah, I've got an alert set from I think 2 weeks ago down at the 34.50 level, just because of that strong exit. Let me pull it up real quick since we got a couple minutes. I think I talked about it.
Yeah, even on the 4-hour chart, it's super high. It's like it's super
just
high on the 4-hour chart.
Yeah, as soon as it pops up here. Yeah, it's just a long ways away. Is it popping up? Oh, there we go.
There we go. Cool.
Yeah. So if I just look at my 4-hour on silver, I mean, it's just a lot of congestion for my taste. Now, Michael laid out a couple of great ideas, obviously, for the 1 hour. But looking at the 4-hour, I'm basically looking at this demand zone candle way down here. So it's still got a long ways to go. I mean, just taking a look at the algorithm. I mean, silver's a 2, so it's very similar to gold. Looks like the retail traders are short, or they have a short bias. But obviously the big banks and institutions, that's a good divergence right there. When the retail is going short something and the big banks are going long something, I like that. So just from a sentiment point of view, but yeah, I mean, same thing. I just basically want to see a couple more pieces of good news come in for gold and silver, for that matter. And then, yeah, because I mean, all these wicks down here, looking down on a smaller time frame. I mean, I don't really see any demand. There was a demand zone that got hit perfectly right there and shot up at one point on a 1 hour time frame. Yeah, nothing on a 30. I mean, nothing immediately on the smaller time frames as far as demand. But yeah, that 4-hour way back here, I do like that. So that's basically what I do.
I also like that level. I think that could be like a zigzag type of move or ABC,
right.
or
get a little manipulation in this area, up, down, fight to the long side, just like that.
Will it get there though? Who knows?
Probably not.
But if you see it happen, then you play. Then you react.
Not. I mean,
we've almost reached the end of our session.
We have
catch up on some of these comments here. Robert said that he missed that move and
36.63.
Want to pass accounts. I'll probably log into the other account and missed the move.
Just my second.
Is that the NASDAQ you're talking about, Robert? I do know you like trading the NASDAQ. All right, so you didn't take it. It would have been a loss, I suppose. Good stuff. Sometimes you're lucky. NASDAQ, NQ.
Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't take.
Mm-hmm. It's not about getting in all these good trades. Sometimes it's about staying out of bad trades. I say that all the time.
Exactly. Don't fall things either.
And there's so many opportunities right around the corner too. So
yeah. Guys, we've reached the end of our session. Robert, TBB trades, Gecko, Ismail, thank you for your comments, and all our other viewers on X as well. Thanks for watching and joining. Please join the next group of traders. We'll be on in just a short while. And from my side, Tiger, Michael, see you guys soon again. Have a good rest of your day.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Have a good one.
See you.
See you guys.
Take it easy. See you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Igor, good to see you again. 2 days in a row. What a treat.
Beautiful. I just watching the Wimbledon.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that was on. Really? Is that the time of year again?
Yes.
Who's winning?
I like Novak Djokovic because he's living in my country. So,
well, I will support him too.
Yeah, thank you.
Are we waiting on someone else, or is it just me and you today?
I don't know. I don't know really.
Great. Okay, so what have you been looking at? You said really this week you felt that probably not a good trading week because of all the news events this week. Have you changed your opinion, or are you still feeling that way?
I'm 100% sure that this is one of the worst week ever for me. So it's so hard to trade. So hard to trade. I just watch all charts. So many false breakouts. So many. I don't have a words to describe this. So it's a really choppy market. It's a really choppy market, and I just trying not to trade. I just want to push myself to avoid any kind of trading.
Yeah, I mean, that is a level of discipline. I mean, just how about let's just have a talk about the trade I was trying to get into yesterday, and then maybe I can pass over to you. Does that work for you, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just
Of course.
exactly what you've just said. Let me just load up TradingView. That might help. Right. Is my screen put up?
Yes.
Can you see that okay, Igor?
Yes, I see.
Great, thank you. Yes, so the idea yesterday was, this is H-bar, by the way, this is H-bar. We offer this at Hola Prime, and we had a breakout. We've had a breakout now of this ascending triangle, and essentially the play was we were, excuse me, I'm sorry. The play was that we were in this pattern yesterday, and I was looking for the price action to come down into this little pocket. Unfortunately, though, that didn't happen, as we had some movement from Bitcoin, and generally the market's just given us a little bit of that. So I do feel this area is still in play, but I did cancel my limit buy order because I just didn't think, because obviously when something changes, then you have to reevaluate the premise. So now we've moved above the pattern. There's a potential trade which we'll talk about a bit later coming in here. Excuse me, sorry. There's a potential trade coming in here for something like that, but this area still is pretty right for me, but the trade didn't work out, so maybe we'll have a look later and see if we can get a better entrance. But that was me. I just wanted to touch base with that, which is, again, difficult trading at the moment. So that was me. So what are you looking at then at the moment, Igor? Even though you're not trading, is there anything which is trying to coax you into the market?
Yes, I'm trying to trade today, but the market is so choppy that I need to watch. I will just share the screen just to see what I'm just right now struggle with. So I put on the chart, I put a choppiness index indicator on TradingView. For now, I need to use this indicator more just to know when not to trade. So this actually, if this indicator is above 50 and more above the 50, the market is more chop, has in a more choppiness phase. And the story is on 1 hour chart, whole day today we're above 70 or above 60. So this is the rule that the market is so choppy, and I think it will be choppy till the FOMC report. So I think it will be like that. So usually when we have FOMC report, we have some kind of the choppy market, but every single time, like a fish, I just trick myself, entering some trade, make some problem to myself, etc. So today I will just show you what was my struggle today and what was the problem today. So as you know, yesterday we made a strong push downside for the British pound dollar, euro dollar, and all US dollar crosses, because we had a very strong US dollar index. But what's happened is that yesterday during our session, we got more than 50 pips on 1 hour chart candle, a push upside, and after that we went I think more than 60 pips up. And during the Asia session, it was a little bit quiet. And what's happened is in the early morning, a couple hours before the Frankfurt Open, the market became very, very choppy. So the price started to oscillate between 1.3570 and 1.360. And with so many breakouts, with so many, when you watch the chart right now, it looks very simple. However, I was 100% sure if the price breaks 1.361, that we will start to go up and up, and market several times break this level and very fast, and it's so volatile, and sometimes it's very slow, 1 hour, 2 hours, then in 1 hour very strong push, 30 pips, then in a couple minutes just back 30 pips, and something like that. Just to be secure, I'm watching relative strength index trend line here, and as you can see, it's not broken. In one moment, it was broken when price was at level 1.362, but our didn't close at that price because price went very, very fast, around 30-40 pips down in just 15 minutes. The relative strength index trend line holds, and there was no breakout for the market. And this was for me very very hard to trade. I tried to enter at 1.361. I tried to enter at 1.3590 in one moment. All of that attempts were really bad, actually. I shouldn't do that because the market was choppy. I just should avoid trading today. This was always when we have a choppy price, and the FOMC just should avoid trading on that day, because even you try to buy low and sell high, that can be a problem too, because you can see how price can move very fast in some direction and then be on that level a very long time without some strong bias. British pound dollar for today, and the euro dollar, for example, is a little bit maybe slower but choppy, as well as British pound dollar. You can see, for example, choppiness index that is as you can see above 60 and 70, so about 60 all the time, and it's really hard for trading. What I'm doing sometimes when market is choppy and nowhere, I start to go in some higher time frames. One of the time frames that I watch is for British pound dollar on 4-hour chart. I see, for example, here that we are trying to make some kind of the breakout. I will just show you on the 4-hour chart how that looks like. So it's something like this. So right now we are breaking somehow this trend line, but we don't have enough dots that we can be sure that the market is starting to go up again. As you can see, whole this month, if we watch only the 4-hour chart, we can see almost straight line. So we have the straight line. We are around some 44 level on the 4-hour chart, and it's so boring. We don't have some big push. Nothing special.
I was seeing, Igor,
for the
I was
British
seeing
pound
you.
dollar.
I was seeing you actually literally yawn. So I do believe that you find this chart is boring, right? I do believe this price action is boring because I just saw you yawn. So I agree with you.
It's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, exactly. You're emoting it. Howard, by the way, good to see you. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming in.
No, as we got there.
Igor, please carry on. Thanks.
Oh, hello, Howard. Hello.
Hey.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So if I try to create some kind of the trend line, it should be like this. And it's good because it's around 45 degrees, which is very good, because if we break this line, we can have a very good angle and very good push upside. However, we really need to see 4-hour chart close how breaking this line, and we need to see the 4-hour price close. And this is something that I wait, and maybe then I will enter into the trade. Today, I tried to use some numbers. I was pretty sure that 1.361 is that level, and that was a mistake because, like I said, it was choppy. It was a high, the low, high, and you just can be in a big trouble trading. Of course, as you know, Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar, I don't trade. They're more choppy than Euro dollar and British pound dollar together. Maybe the New Zealand dollar is a little bit more bearish, but like I said, on all these charts, we can see, for example, yes, that thing. So we need to be patient for that breakdown, because now we don't have it. And one of the things that I'm watching is the US dollar index. I will go to the 1-hour chart because for me the 1-hour chart is the best trend lines and relative strength index. There is some kind of up-down channel, and it's very slow. It looks like bullish, but the problem is US dollar index is that we have a very strong bearish divergence. And interesting is that right now we are around 50 level, which means that this divergence is not annoying anymore. This divergence is not for rejection, because usually if we see that the bearish divergence last to the 50 relative strength index, that means that in some moment we'll see some kind of the impact of that bearish divergence, either the small bearish push after that. So it looks bullish right now. We are above simple moving average 50 on 1-hour chart, but I see that we struggle with momentum. So there is a chance that the US dollar index will start to go down. So I just watch that and I just wait for some movement, any movement in any direction, just to see how market is moving somewhere. Not to forget US dollar, Japanese yen. Like I said, I would like to see maybe opportunity to sell this in some moment, but the problem is right now it's below 50 level, while the price is above simple moving average 50, which means it's not smart to do anything with this, because what I want to see some good breakout in some direction, but right now there's nothing special here. What I'm watching too is the gold, and for the gold, the interesting part is that I would like to sell the gold. I will just show what I'm see right now. If we watch relative strength indicator, Right now, we just touch simple moving average 50, and we just touch the trend line. So, and I think that this is maybe the one of the best setups that I have for today, and that is the bearish move. What I just want to see right now, I would like to see this R close to be bearish or something, just because market is so choppy and unpredictable. I just afraid that you see here a bearish candle, but the hour is not closed, and then just in 45 minutes you see how price has broken up and etc. So I just want to wait a little bit, and then if I get that bearish close move on 1 hour chart, I will enter into the trade. So this is the one of the interesting thing that I'm watching today. And one of the interesting thing that I'm watching too is the stock market. I don't plan actually the indices. I don't want to trade right now, but I'm watching just because of the dollar index. I just want to see what's happened right now with the indices. They're around 0%, and this is very common when we are in some kind of the expectation of FOMC, because the market just want to see what will happen with US dollar, and then that will bring and push market in some direction. So I just watch this more to see and to touch, just to touch that feeling that market has right now related to the US dollar. Just check the pulse. And I will watch that very carefully, and I hope that after FMC we will have something. But what I want to see, I don't want to see after the FMC some big push upside or downside or something like that. I just want to see a clear breakout. That can be a small breakout, but you just want to see that breakout, and you just want to see how the market picked bullish or bearish when we want to be, and just that I can, or after that, make a new analysis and prepare for new trades. And this is the whole story related to that. So I just want to ask you just about US dollar index right now. Especially, Howard, what do you think about US dollar index for today? And do you expect something? Do you watch any level, any important level?
I guess we're pretty much where we were yesterday, but just with a little bit of a few more hourly bars on top of that thing. I'm still looking for this thing to kind of top out fairly imminently. But I still want to see a bit more price action that would give me the kind of the impetus to go in and make a trade. So if you kind of zoom out a little bit on that dollar index, you could still argue that we're still within a bit of an uptrend on this intraday chart, the hourly chart. So I think I want to see something a little bit more. Maybe zoom out. Zoom out rather than in. Yeah, all the way back to a few more days. So we've got this kind of very choppy advance from the low, which I think is a bear flag on the bigger picture. But for a bear flag to go, you need to see a good break of a trend line, and I don't think we haven't really had that just yet. So that's really what I'm looking at on this thing. You can see the divergence on the push to the new high. So it made a new high yesterday amid bearish divergences on this on the 14-period RSI. So yeah, I think all the ingredients are there for the turn, but we just need to see it on the price. And until I see it on the price, I can't jump in. Admittedly, I'm still short dollar Swiss, which is kind of the same kind of trade as this. But as we looked at it yesterday, Euro Swiss has got quite a strong bearish bias. So I've kind of got a bit of Swiss franc leadership on that particular trade, which we'll come to a bit later. But yeah, so for me, bearish, but just waiting for the price action really.
Igor, you've got a question from Sorry, Igor, we've got a question from Albert. He asks you, what is your level for bullish GBP pound USD dollar? What's your bullish level for pound USD dollar?
Yes. We just show that on the chart. So my bullish bearish validation point was 1.361, and I see that market see that little bit different, and I will just show where is my level today. So it's 1.362. So if I see the early close above 1.362, I would like to be bullish for British pound dollar from that moment. So this is the something that I watch right now. But it's that was my biggest problem today. It was not just to pick the bias. My problem today was just to pick the zone where I am a bullish or bearish. Usually I don't have problem with that, but today when market is choppy and then we just go up, down, and so it was a little bit harder. But now when we got this couple attempts and we didn't succeed in that, we didn't break 1.362, I think that is the level. So right now we are 30 pips below, and I want to see that close there, and then again to think anything about that. And what I want to show you,
I was going to say, do you see the trend line comes in from that high about there, doesn't it? If you connect the trend line from the high to yesterday's high, I think it is. We kind of just nibbled through it earlier on during the day, and kind of rejected it a little bit, but yeah, it comes in just a little bit. They had a look at it, but
yes, that was. Yes. I was pretty sure I either entered at 1.361 in one moment, but it was I realized that was a mistake, and I just closed my trade because it was the false breakout, and now I really need to wait for early close. So this is something
totally agree with you.
I cannot
totally on the same page there. Totally.
So are we saying that this smells bullish, or does it smell
usually
bearish?
patient? I'm usually very patient when I'm waiting to enter into the price, but because the market is a little bit volatile this summer, the example is yesterday. During our session, we got 50 pips bullish candle. So if you wait for confirmation 50 pips and then enter into the trade, you have a problem with the risk-reward ratio. And that was, I started to be a little bit nimble, just to do something faster, and I made mistakes. So now I will be really, really cool, and I will just wait. So this is it from my side. So Howard, please, I just want to hear your point of view about the US dollar and the currencies.
Sure thing. Let's here we go. 1 second.
Just a quick hello to Lola. Thanks for joining us, Lola. We've got Albert and Lola today. That's great. See if we can make it 3. That'd be good.
Okay. Hopefully you can see my screen. So a little bit kind of where we were yesterday, really, on these dollar majors, except just a bit more time has elapsed. So euro dollar, first of all, we've got this kind of so basically the US dollar, I believe, is in the latter stages of its corrective pullback. It might be better to actually start off on a daily chart, really, just to get a clearer picture of what we're doing. So on euro dollar, for example, so we had this kind of top at 118.30, and that came at the end of this really powerful advance. So I guess only natural to see this kind of reaction after such an advance. So we've been down for a number of sessions. We've got the old resistance level, the old swing high at 117, call it 29. And we've got a bunch of supports that come in not a million miles away from 117, the figure just below. So this is my kind of buy zone, if you will, for this thing to finish. And I believe the 38.2% retracement comes in right at yesterday's low. So if those that follow Fibonacci, that's not a bad place to think about this market. A nice healthy correction basing out. So I think we are, as I say, latter stages of this decline. We could see one kind of final jab down. That's a possibility. So it's always good to sort of think, well, maybe there could be some climactic push lower, and then a good reversal to the upside, maybe news related, possibly a bit later. That could be some impetus for the market to turn. But looking at the structure of the move from the swing high to the lowest point so far, lots of overlaps, lots of and when I talk about overlaps, basically what it means is you break through support, and instead of continuing down and bouncing up and not getting back above support, broken support, it actually goes, it uses it like a gate. It breaks below it, it goes through it, it goes straight to the upside and to the downside. And there are loads of these overlaps all the way through. And that is kind of very kind of reminiscent, or I guess indicative of like a wedge pattern that you see where the market is trending down, but it's against the larger trend, which is obviously up. So it's just a longer correction than one would normally like when you're bullish, if you've got to sit through it. But ultimately, it's a correction, and then when you get the turn in trend, then that gives you the signal to join the major trend. So this, I guess this resistance line comes in just a bit above that 117.30. So maybe in a kind of the way that Igor, you're looking at sterling cable breaking and closing above the resistance level there. This could be a similar thing for euro dollar as well. So maybe 117.30, 117.40, that kind of idea. Once we can get back above there and stay there for at least an hour, then that would be a good indication that we have seen the bottom of this correction. But in the meantime, there's no reason why it can't just make another marginal new low and then snap back up again. That is quite possible. But big picture wise, we are. This is on the weekly now. So big picture wise, we had this major low back in 2022. We've had the first leg up of the new bull market, and then we had this big correction down, which is wave 2, and then from this year's low, we've basically started to rally in a third wave, which people that use Elliott wave 3 is usually the longest and the strongest of the waves. So, and we're kind of in this wave 3, in my opinion, and we're going to go much, much higher on a longer term basis. Does that make sense from a kind of a longer term perspective, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty good. Yeah, that does make sense.
Cool. It's this low that we saw back in 2022 actually was a major cyclical low from 2008. If you go way back, you'll see that the euro had been in a downtrend. Actually, it goes back a bit further than that, to 2008. But we had this kind of the dollar had been trending higher from 2008 financial crisis to 2022. And this is kind of the early stages, I believe, of a new multi-year bull market for euro dollar. So we're in this kind of healthy, I would say, minor pullback stage within this third wave. And once this correction is done, then I think we're heading up towards 120 on this thing. But in the short term, which is where we have to trade, we have to be a bit patient and wait for the signals to come in. So I guess 117.30, 117.40, that region, that for me would be the end of the downtrend, and then up we go to new highs. So just being patient, really, waiting for that to play out. Cable, sterling dollar. So we were looking at that before. That's euro dollar. That's not right. Let's have a look. That's my cable there. Let's have a look. It's a bit slow on turning it around. So it's a big picture. Obviously, 2022. There's the major low for sterling. There's the first wave up. That for me is a second wave down, and we are from the start of the year. We're kind of in this third wave, which is seeing nice sort of little shallow corrections, kind of nice two or three weeks to the upside, then a kind of 2 or 3 weeks to the downside, but not taking up too much in terms of price, more time-based than price-based, I would say. So yeah, this to me looks like just another one of those little minor corrections, and then little trap, selling the break of last week's low, and then up we go to new highs. So again, just looking for the upside trigger to go long of sterling dollar. Let's the trade that I'm in from yesterday, which we did here, was dollar Swiss. So let's take a look at dollar Swiss. For some reason, my screen's a little bit slow. Let's have a look. Maybe it's better just to go for. Let's just put it on there. Okay. Can you see my changed screen?
No.
Yes.
Not quite.
Yes.
I can see.
Okay.
Did I miss it?
Yeah, you can see. Can you see? Yeah, can you see dollar Swiss on there? Okay. I think I need to stop sharing on that one and go back. So if I stop sharing.
Yeah, let's try that. Sorry,
yeah, let's do that.
I'm having trouble today.
Let's see. Window. Okay. Boom. That should do it. Okay. So hopefully you should be able to see dollar Swiss with the RSI below it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So dollar Swiss, as I said yesterday, really is kind of more my favored anti-dollar trade at the moment until we get the confirmation on the other two. Purely because Euro Swiss is looking quite ugly. This is daily Euro Swiss. So there's definitely some Swiss franc strength coming through on the crosses, which is why I kind of prefer dollar Swiss against the other two right now. And again, it looks to be a very sort of typical kind of flaggy advance from the swing low. So just a few sessions to the upside. Again, after that big multi-session decline in the dollar that we saw on the other majors as well. So it may well be that yesterday marked the corrective high for this one. Interesting how RSI went oversold as it does in a bear market, and then it bounced, and it's struggling as we sort of approach the middle of the range kind of thing. So it's nice kind of bear market action for me on the.
Did you say you're in this one? You got a position in this one, Howard?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I sold it yesterday, 79.70, I believe. So just a little bit above. Yesterday when we were talking about it, I think it was around 79.70. So I'm just slightly on side on this one at the moment. But I think yesterday's high was the end of the correction. So I've kind of got to stop above 80, kind of 80.20 or so. Just allowing for any chop in the short term, but it looks to be sort of a classic one where you get this kind of you get the push higher and we get overbought, push higher, overbought, and now we've started to get the divergence. So this is the one that looks a little bit like that dollar index chart we were looking at, except it started to trend a bit lower now. So I think that this is actually leading the way down for the dollar.
Right. Sure.
So that's that one.
A lot of these charts. I mean, just looking at that last chart, was it dollar Swiss? Was it we were looking at?
Yeah.
It's just a little bit all over the place. In some respects, it's I mean, it's like is it going to base out? It's like difficult.
I think it's a bit like some of these other kind of like multi-session advances against the trend. Ultimately the trend is down, and it just takes a number of days just to kind of go from oversold to undersold. And we get all the bears out of the market. They get frustrated and bored. They move on to something else, and then out of nowhere comes the next leg down.
Yeah.
I think it's probably started. Yesterday's high looks to me like the end of the correction, but early days yet. Early days.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a recovery's got to happen at some point, right?
Yeah. And I think just on the big picture for dollar Swiss as well, this is monthly. You can see this thing kind of it had its base 2011, quite a nice big recovery, a lot of sideways action, and then it's just literally
the RSI is giving us some clues as well, right? And this is the key. It's when I just posed a question, like it's got to reverse at some point, right? And then you can just go to the higher time frames, and then I mean, some traders, as we've been talking about, don't really use the RSI, but for me, you're trying to figure out when it's going to reverse. You've got that kind of multi-time frame approach where it starts stacking up oversold conditions across different time frames, and then that's potentially where the sellers do, close the door behind them, perhaps, shall we say?
Yeah. Yes. No, definitely. And I think the way that on the big, the monthly chart as well, how this thing is shaped up, it was like going nowhere for a very long period of time, and then we got that kind of decisive break lower back end of last year, sideways, and then where is it? April, it had the break, so it had this kind of bearish consolidation pattern, and then we had the breakdown. So this kind of mirrors dollar index in many respects, and we just literally broke through the level. There was an attempt at basing in May, but that just turned out to be a weak inside month, and then in June it breaks down. So this for me is just stepping down and resuming this long-term downtrend that we should target the I guess it's the all-time low in dollar Swiss.
Yeah.
So that's that one. Dollar yen started to reject from that top of that range. We were looking yesterday, I think, at the range on the daily chart. So yesterday it was looking kind of bullish as anything, but today it's had a push higher, and we're back inside yesterday's range now. So there's definitely some kind of overreaching here on behalf of the buyers. And it's not a bad place for the thing to start to top out, to be honest. This area, 147, 147 and a half.
Yeah.
Just within the context of a range, even if you're not expecting new all-time lows or new lows for this whole chart, even if you're expecting maybe a pullback within the range, this is not a bad place to think about having a crack at it. I think once we get a bit more confirmation, I would say that's the hourly. So there's the momentum high there, and then we're getting lower highs on the RSI as it pushes to new highs. So it looks to be kind of early stages of this thing turning around.
Yeah. Yeah. So can I ask you a question, Howard? I was really impressed by your suit yesterday, and even though you've got a really good suit on today, because I watch a lot of late night talk shows. Are you famous? Were you did you just come from New York and just do a late night talk show? Because it feels like that's the sort of thing you would wear, right? Something really and flashy. Is that what you were doing? Were you on Fallon, or were you on Colbert? What were you doing?
Well, not this week, but I'll be honest with you. I'm open to offers. It's many strings to one's bow, shall we say?
Honestly, I tell you, that suit would have sold it, right? It would have sold it. He would have been magical.
It's got a bit of Miami Vice in there, I think. It's definitely got some of that in there.
Yeah, just a little bit of panache, but just just enough swagger. Sorry, I don't mean to comment on everyone's dress appearance. Obviously, I'm rocking the Hola Prime polo.
Absolutely.
Which is fantastic, right? We're not judging. It's all good.
Yeah. No. The black shirts are back, shall we say?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I remember when we are both musicians, right? Igor and me. I don't know, Igor, do you play any musical instruments?
Yes, I play guitar.
Ooh, excellent.
Well, I think we should form a band. Maybe we won't tell anyone at Hola Prime. We'll just come with our instruments, and we'll have a live jam instead, right? And we'll just put a price chart on. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Igor, we've got a question from Albert again. He's asking, what is your stop loss for your gold trade?
I just wanted to create that trade, so I will create trade and describe the stop loss. I will do that. I will share my trading screen. So this is the gold, my gold chart. So what I'm seeing here is that my stop loss for gold backed this trend line that exists something here, so need to be above this line. So first create a sell order like this, and I will change my position and put my stop loss and at price 25 level, which, and try to achieve, just to check the previous low, I will try to achieve 3285. So as you can see, this is better than one-to-one trade. I put a little bit wider stop loss just because this volatile market. So I will modify my trade, and this is the plan for gold. The catch for the gold line, the bearish trend line here, the only thing that that can just change this trade is if we have some news related to the FOMC, and that impact the dollar, and the dollar become so weak, and then the gold can go higher, and this is the some scenario where we need to be cautioned. So only that. Technically, I think that the gold can go down. I think that we are just retesting the simple moving average 50 right now. We just touched that simple moving average 50 line, and I think that price can go lower. So this is my plan for this trade. And Albert, I hope that I helped you. So now, Paul, you can talk about cryptos and your trades.
Yeah, what was the risk reward on that gold setup, Igor? What was the risk reward? Can you remember?
It's
pretty even.
A little bit better than 1-1.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, I hope that helps, Albert. Morning, Robert. Yes, I mean it's not morning for me. How is it more? No, it's not how. Igor, what's the time where you are?
It's afternoon. It's around almost 6 p.m.
Yeah. So we're in the same zone.
Yeah. So good afternoon. Let's have a look. So okay, so let's just jump into HBAR for a minute, because this was the setup we were looking at yesterday. Now, the most important thing is, now obviously I had a limit buy order set for this area, and I took it off earlier today because the premise of the trade has changed, because we've had a bullish breakout. Now, that's fantastic. This is all good, but I need to reevaluate. So I'm not going to reevaluate now. I'll reevaluate now so we can see if there's any potential opportunities for us. So we're oversold. Overbought. I'm sorry, I always get that back to front. When I do a lot of videos and I have to talk about the RSI quite a lot, I have to go back over like a 10-minute video and keep overdubbing my ink to fix the fact that I keep saying oversold when it should be overbought, and vice versa. So please tell me off if I keep doing that. So it's overbought on the RSI, and now we're looking, of course, for a bullish retest of this previous resistance zone. Now, if we do look at this as an inverse head and shoulders, which is questionable, and we do then
I can't. Are you showing your chart? I can't see the chart.
I'm so sorry. I think the button just went off. Thank you for letting me know. I do that all the time. It's so embarrassing. I'm just talking at the screen. You got to imagine it, everybody. You've got to imagine it. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Yes.
Right. I'm so sorry. Right. Let's start again. Thank you, Howard, for saving me there. You could have just let me go on.
Right. I wouldn't do that.
So this was the original limit order I had set to here, and I was hoping, and the price action was of course yesterday in this still in the pattern, and I was hoping for a retrace and then just to trade this range, just try, because obviously we want to see what's happening this week. I didn't want to stay in a position too long. That was the idea, but it got away from me, and of course I didn't get my entry filled, so then I took off the limit order, and now I need to reevaluate. Right now, this is the very important thing for anyone who's doing challenges at the moment on Hola Prime and just trying to get into trading. You have to remember that you have one play, and then you have to start from scratch, even if it's the same chart, even if it's the same token, right? Because if you don't, and you then just jump straight into another setup without giving it the proper scrutiny, then that's where mistakes happen. So I took my order off, and now I'm looking at it with fresh eyes. So we're overbought, and we've got this confluence for this neckline, but how strong is this support area going to be? So let's have a look at what other people are thinking. And I imagine that, yeah, right. So they're still thinking that due to the volatile nature and the hesitant nature of the altcoin market, people still think this area is a pretty good place to come in. And you can see this moving average now is hugging it quite nicely. So we've had the breakout of the 50. We haven't properly had it. We've bounced off it, but we haven't had a proper bounce off it. I think it's this trend line. So when this comes back down, if it comes back down here, right, how many buyers are going to show up here, and how many buyers are going to show up here? And I think we might have a pretty equal balance between them, and that makes it quite difficult to trade, because when you've got these moving averages kind of coming around, that's a bit steep, excuse me, that's not very realistic. So if you've got these moving averages coming around like this, right, this starts to be the most tempting place to come in, because there's a lot of buyers there. There's buyers here, there's buyers on the moving average and on the 200 as well. So this is a little bit of a difficult play, because if I had the price actually come back down like I wanted it to, then it had broken out, then it had come back down, that makes for a much more organic retest, because these buyers have been absorbed and people have got that position at that level. We haven't had that now, which means a little bit of a house of cards. So what's the play? The idea would be, you can come in here at the retest, but because we're overbought, I'm still sticking with a kind of a lower entry level. But because I think we're moving on, it's probably, when it comes back down, it's going to be probably here. So I'll just turn this alert off for a minute. Delete. Okay, that's just to let me know if I got into my trade. So I'm thinking that maybe something like this might be a little bit better now, right? Just on this area. So a second retest of this area with some confluence with the moving average. So this little pocket is what I'll be looking at for now, because I just don't see that we're going to have a solid bounce off here unless something changes in the market. So we may, because I'll look at Bitcoin dominance in a second, but this is kind of the deal. So sure, this could happen, but is the market ready for that yet? And I'm not quite sure. So I would prefer maybe to come in here and front run it a little bit, and then with a more organic move. And if you look at that move, it actually makes much more sense in terms of just organic price action, which is what we will kind of want from this. So I'm not going to do anything with this just yet. I'm going to see how it interacts with this level. If it starts forming, if it shows that it's holding, then I might look for an entrance. But until it does, I'll be keeping my eye on this lower level. I mean, that was a bit long-winded explanation, but Howard, Igor, this is a bit of a difficult one. Do you have any input on this?
For me, I like the idea of buying at the old high, the old swing high. I think wouldn't be a bad place to buy. You've got that. We're looking at that funny head and shoulders yesterday. That would be a neckline retest. Yeah.
So you think maybe the bullish context is a little bit better than I think it is? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that would be a nice. I think we get a pullback on that. Maybe a couple of day pullback. That could be a good one.
Okay, Igor.
So when I see the push like this, so strong, usually I don't see very often that we can see the pullback after strong push. So any higher level will be good for that. But as you know, you feel the crypto market better than me, for sure.
Well, no, I mean, look, the reason why I asked is because, this is a difficult one, so we need to get the perspective. But you're right, we've got volume. So maybe in these scenarios when there's a bit of ambiguity, maybe I will look to come in with 60% of my intended position here, and then I'll leave a remainder for here, right? That's maybe the play. That's maybe the play. I think that's what I do. So we'll maybe I'll do the math, and I'll see if we can put a buy order on there in a little bit. But yeah, that's cool. Now we've got a few of the charts to look at, but let's just check in with Bitcoin, then I can pass it over back to you guys, because I think as we were discussing yesterday, people are getting a little bit annoyed with the sound of my voice. So right, so Bitcoin. I want to just zoom in on this very straightforward 3-day chart, and I just want to show you this really straightforward, this price action, and it's looking squeezed. It's looking like it wants to pop, right? And so I really, someone came out today, I've forgotten it, a top CEO, I'm doing a news article on this tomorrow, suggested that he felt Bitcoin could reach 1 million this year, right? Now, hyperbole, hype, of course, right? But it makes you reevaluate things and a little bit, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow. But I genuinely think we're going to have a move from Bitcoin soon, especially with all this tariff stuff coming back on. And again, lots of different scenarios which highlight this. But let's just try and find here we go, not that one. Let's just try and find, here we go. This is Bitcoin 1 hour chart. And we've now put in a higher high, just so the trend has potentially been broken. And you can see that all-time highs are just up here, and we've got a lot of support. And the way I kind of construct my bias is simply by counting how many bullish ideas and how many bearish ideas. And we've got lots of support underneath, as we talked about. So really, we just need to wait and see what happens with Bitcoin. But I do feel like a move up from here is on the cards. And if we look at this chart here, this is the one to keep an eye on. This gray area, this is what Bitcoin needs to surpass. Bitcoin needs to get above this, and if it does, all-time highs are in play, and then we potentially could have a move up to 115. Now, obviously, it's everything, as you said, Igor, at the start. It's a waiting game this week, because everyone is just waiting to see what happens today, waiting to see what happens with the tariffs early in the week. So probably before we have any meaningful kind of plays, it's going to be next week potentially. But we might be an interesting weekend with Bitcoin. But if you are looking to assess what Bitcoin is doing and sync that up with your trades, what you want to see is this. Okay, you can obviously got to move back down to the golden zone, but the problem is that's going to invalidate some bullish ideas because we're back in this pattern. So really, the only thing you should be paying attention to is maybe a retest of this with the 618, and that could give you maybe a long entry with the alts, or wait for a break above and then come back down for the retest, something like that. It's very difficult when it's around all-time highs, but I think we're going to see some higher prices from Bitcoin very soon based on all the data which I've been seeing over the last few days. But just to touch base with Bitcoin dominance and why my trade yesterday went bullish, I've left my scribbles on. So this is Bitcoin dominance, and we were talking yesterday about the fact that in order for an altcoin long to play out, we ideally want to be kind of in this area, right? But look at this. This is money now entering the altcoin market, right? Which is pretty good. And we're actually putting in a bearish retest of this lower zone, which is a bullish retest. It's on the inverse. So this is pretty good. But what I wanted to see for my entrance, I wanted to see Bitcoin dominance come back up here, which would have pushed my H-bar trade down to my entry level. And then I wanted to see this, which is exactly what I said yesterday. But we haven't seen that yet. This is the 15-minute chart. So I missed my entrance. So as a result, all of this idea has now been essentially invalidated. So I've got a different setup. And we've had some pretty good movement now from the altcoins, even though Bitcoin's sitting pretty. And if we just find another Bitcoin dominance chart, you can see we have confirmed the breakdown of this double top finally, and we're moving down. And this could be potentially a nice catalyst for a move like this, which could give us a couple of weeks of good altcoin trading. So things are lining up at the moment for a better trading conditions, but probably not this week because of all the data points. But yeah, and I'll talk about XRP a little bit later, and I'll do a little bit of math on that H-bar trade and see if we can get an entry while we're streaming. But that's me for now, just to dissect what was happening with the trades yesterday. Who wants it? Igor, Howard?
Yeah, if I can just jump in. Yesterday we were talking about crude oil and how it looked like it wanted to go higher. And I've got a little position on, so let's if I can just present. Okay. So in the absence of the currency markets doing anything really interesting, so yeah, just I guess big picture first of all. So we had that breakdown on the weekly chart from the descending triangle, and then snap back, retest of the broken support, had another go at the downside, didn't make a new low for the downtrend, then came all the way back up and then formed a kind of a double bottom. And then we saw that acceleration higher. A little bit of Middle Eastern news obviously gave it a bit of a spurt higher. And then we saw that kind of rejection lower. And now we're basing out at this key level here, under which a lot of people are trapped. So we've got a lot of people that sold the breakout who are now trapped below this line, 64-ish on West Texas. So zooming closer in to the daily. So this is the breakout here, pullback. It bases at broken resistance, now support. Buyers coming in, trapped sellers below, starting to get a bit worried, and we're starting to kind of trend higher on the daily chart now, little higher high and higher low kind of thing. So for me, it looks to be early stages of the next leg of this new bull market that should perhaps eventually go through the swing high, but certainly maybe we're stuck in a bit of a range for the time being, because that was quite a violent sell-off. So we could be in a kind of a 64 to 75 kind of vibe for a while, but this looks to me to be the bottom end of it, and perhaps a good opportunity to see some higher prices in crude. So onto the intraday. So I'm in just a little bit, I think 67.5 or so, just a bit below where we are now. Got to stop under these lows, 66.30 or so, and just looking for the thing to continue higher, just gradually trending higher. So yeah, so in the absence of anything major in the other markets, I think this is not a bad one to have something in, at least on for the next day or two on the long side.
Oh yeah, for sure. So that's that one. I think you guys were looking at gold a bit earlier. It's gone a little bit quiet, hasn't it? Really, gold on a not seeing these great big swings like we did before. We're just stuck in this great big range. But for me, the thing that keeps me on the bull side of the equation argument is the fact that we broke down from the swing high, the major high, in 3 waves, ABC. In Elliott parlance, that's a correction. So A, B, and C, that's the bottom of the correction. And everything we're doing since then is kind of early stages of next leg up for me. So I think once we can bust yesterday's range to the upside, that for me would confirm the low, and that would be my excuse to buy some gold. But again, until we see that, it could just drift lower. Maybe Igor, you've got the right trade on going into FOMC. I don't know, but for me, I'm waiting to buy it, just as I'm waiting to sell the dollar against most of the other currencies, except the Swiss, which I've got already. So yeah, just patiently waiting for a nice thrust higher on gold.
Nice, Howard.
Is that something using the word thrust on a live stream?
I know there are other live streams are available for that kind of language, but hey.
Yeah. I'm still evaluating my trade. I'm kind of torn between your advice and my advice, and I'm trying to find a middle ground. But while I'm doing that, Igor, what you said at the start of the session that you're really grumpy about the market and you're waiting, but you've got loads of good setups. Is there anything else which you can show people which might
of course
trade?
So I will just show you something that I watch just during the market. So I'm analyze the futures market just because we have the good volumes in futures market that we can analyze because in CFD we don't have real volumes. So what is the I will just show the chart like this. Okay, so what I'm looking for right now is delta. What's interesting right now is that this price that we have right now, around 1.3585, something like that, is actually part of the point of interest for the what is the important here. I will just show this. I think this is the more important than this. So if we analyze, you can see this level here. It's around minus 20K, and this is the level 1.360. And today, couple time, we just reached it level, and the interesting part is above this level is only 776. So this is the one of the lowest. This zone is from 1.3615 to 1.3625. So it's around 1.3620. So this is why I want to see the hourly close above this level. And if I analyze the volume profile more carefully, I would enter on a bet I made today. So this analysis can just help us to pick the right volume profile for trading. Actually, nice level to know where is the bullish bearish consolidation point and what to wait. So the next similar level like this is a very, very important price for British pound dollar. And so right now, if we analyze these low volume profiles, we can say that 1.3625 is important level, then 1.3645, because it was a 2 times rejection price level in the last 2 days. And then we have 3680, which was the Friday's high. And finally, we have this 1.371 because it's a low volume profile, and we will see some kind of rejection there if we go there. So really, right now in this moment, we have really, really good levels. So we have a tested levels that, so we really have a clear levels right now. So only what we need is some kind of the push. We really need some bullish push, and that we need to think a little bit is that in the first hour the price can be choppy, so we the market. What I hate is, in the first half hour we have strong push and nothing happens. So I don't like that. So this is why we need to be very, very patient right now. For euro dollar, if we analyze the volume profile, it's really a similar thing, if I can say. What here is level that I watch is around 1.7040. That level is a really, really important level. So I want to see that euro dollar price close above this level, so I can be sure that price will go up. As you can see, this is the very interesting thing. Just below that level is 1.7030 level, and it's a 48K, while this low volume profile is more than 12 times less. It's a 3.77K, which means that this is really low volume profile, and this 1.7040 level is very, very important for us to watch. So these two things I wanted to share. And I want to share one more thing related to the Howard's analysis, and I really like that. And I just want to point out, just for the other people to know about, we do something like this, just to, I think it's nice. I will create one trend line on a weekly chart. Okay. I can go some better level. Sorry. Something like I think that I need more levels. Just wait to reset the price.
I've never felt so much anticipation for a trend line before. This is fantastic. It's like, I'm like, come on, let's get the trend line.
You can do it.
We can do it. It's like watching Leonardo da Vinci, you know, carve out a statue.
Just to see, I need a few levels here. What I wanted to see is the price for last 10 years, but there is some problem with the chart right now. I cannot make this as same as I can do in the MetaTrader. Anyway, what I wanted to show you is that that possible level at 1.20, because this price here is on that trend line, which is the multi-year trend line for euro dollar. So I think that that level is very crucial, because if we hit that level, we can see some kind of the reaction there. And this is why I'm watching there. We can watch lines. I have some problem, but maybe I will just show you last 6 years. Just this level here should be, yes, around 1.22 levels. So I want to say that we need to watch this resistance here, because after that I can see some kind of reaction. And it is the same moment when I think that US dollar index will touch this multi-decade line. So that 1.2 level for euro dollar can be maybe trend shift. I don't know, but maybe that can be a trend shift, and that in the second part of the year, maybe the euro dollar will start to go down. But if I analyze the price for euro dollar and British pound dollar in the last few years, we can see that every single year we have one part of the year we are bullish, one part of the year we are bearish. So as you can see, the first 6-7 months of this year we were really bullish for euro dollar and British pound dollar, and there is a chance that the second part will be bearish. So this is, I just think, macro way where will be that bullish bearish invalidation point, and that 1.2 level for me is very, very interesting.
You know, I used to get the mick taken out of me because of the long time frames I keep looking at, and all the wonderful, all our colleagues here at Hola Prime and Hola Prime X, they're all talking about like, well, you know, I sometimes look at the 1 minute chart, I'm looking at the 3 minute. I'm like, no, it's the 6 month chart or nothing at all, right? Honestly, I'm so glad that somebody is trading higher time frames, or at least getting perspective from higher time frames. I feel less lonely now, Igor. So thank you. Please don't go anywhere. So that was very good. That's a very good. So traders, get your positions ready. 6 months down the line. Really good. So, Igor, honestly, I've never felt so much anticipation for a trend line in my life. Honestly, that was seat of your pants. That was 4 minutes of my. That's like Mission Impossible. It's that scene in Mission Impossible, the latest movie, when he's on the plane, right? Incredible. That was the same thing. I was like goosebumps. It's like, come on. Yeah. Really good. Right.
Well worth waiting for. Definitely.
Oh,
It's good to get long-term perspective. Is pretty important, I'd say.
No, but when we saw it, it was like, yeah, I get it. That's really nice. That's really nice. It's just great. So, right. Oh, hang on. There's a couple of comments. Oh yeah, Robert, if you're not back, see you, of course. Thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow, of course. Great to see you. Thank you. Lola asks, are there any opportunities? Oh, this is for me. Are there any opportunities of good trades with altcoins out there? Well, I'm chasing them. I'm chasing them. So let's have a look. Perhaps at HBAR again, because I'm still umming and ahhing, and then we'll have a look at XRP, and maybe there'll be something for you there, Lola. You're right if I share my screen, guys? Is that okay?
Go for it.
Of course.
Right, let's have a look. Right, okay, so this is HBAR. We were talking about it yesterday. We're talking about it now, this session. And just to summarize, I was thinking about coming in here, still waiting for a deeper retrace. But my good colleagues here, Howard and Igor, are suggesting that maybe I'm being a little bit frightful and that this area might be the best. As you can see, it does have some historical bounce points. It's just these things always freak me out a little bit, right? And I'm very, very, very cautious of these things and be mindful. But the thing is, this is the most recent kind of touches, right? So this is respecting this line for sure, and we have had a strong breakout. So I've also done a bit of Igor, and I've put a trend line on the bottom of the RSI to help me when the price action comes back down to this level, and therefore it may be giving me the confidence. So say, for example, the price action comes back down here, and I see the RSI do the same, and it's resting on that trend line. I've got confluence, which gives me a little bit of a confidence to enter that trade. But if I don't have confluence and say the RSI does this and is only here, then maybe I'll reevaluate my position, right? However, I've come up with a compromise, and my compromise is just a little bit lower than this, because if you look, it was touched there with the wick, but really the candle body closes are actually at this level, right? So I'm going to try and come in on there. I'm just going to put an order on if I can find it. I just need to change windows. I'm sorry for that infinity spiral. So yeah, I'm going to put this on now. And again, second day in a row, I've tried to catch a HBAR trade, but I'm looking to come in at 16231, just a small position because everything is obviously a little bit crazy. Just check its limit order. There we go. So we get that on. This is the play essentially, just for it to come back down here and then bounce. So that's what I'm looking at. So that's HBAR. I mean, you guys, you comfortable with that? Do you think that's okay as a play?
Looks good.
All right. Well, let's hope that works out. But let's turn to XRP for Lola, a regular here. So this is XRP USD daily. Now I've got rid of, this was the previous chart we're looking at, not particularly helpful. I mean, look, there is a play here you can see, but I prefer to just get rid of that chart now. And it's sometimes you've just got to just clear everything off and start from scratch. And this is XRP USD daily. As you can see, we are breaking out of this triangle pattern to the upside and with fib levels on. So this is 100% here and 0% retracement. So we are looking for essentially a stronger breakout, and then we have a nice retest idea potentially. So let's just put that play on there. A nice little trend line. So Lola, if you're thinking of trading XRP, there's quite a lot of news with XRP at the moment, so there may be some bullish momentum. I can't remember what the news was at the moment. It escapes me, but I'll tell you tomorrow. So we have the potential breakout of this moving average and the pattern at the same time, and because it's the 1 day 200 MA, that has quite a significant, quite a lot of significance. So if you do see a move higher from XRP now, especially if Bitcoin makes a move, then you have a play here, and the idea would be to come in on the 200 MA, but really you have to be contextual here. You have to assess the context, because when you've got these support lines here going diagonally, sometimes the price action will just kind of do this and then recover. So it's always a little bit of an awkward play sometimes, but we have any break of the 200 MA, as we can see previously, obviously leads to significant returns, but we've only just recently lost it. Right now, if we consider this area as a bear trap, right? If you consider it a bear trap, right, just like this was, right, this breakdown was here, and you're looking for obviously higher prices ahead. Now, am I suggesting that this meager move from XRP is enough to trade off? Well, no, but if you look at this chart, which is XRP versus Bitcoin 4-hour, you will see XRP is outpacing Bitcoin at the moment, right? Which can't really be ignored. So you pair these two patterns together, and remember the other one is a USD pair. We now have a breakout of a triangle on the XRP BTC pair, showing that it's very bullish compared to Bitcoin, even though Bitcoin is really bullish. So that's a signal. So you could have some confluence here. You get a move up, you get a retest of here, and then you have a move up, and you have a retest of here. And therefore you have this confluence with different pairs. And this is a little trick which I sometimes use, which can be very helpful to get confluence where you're struggling. Because again, look at this very, very, very sturdy, clear, definable resistance line here, and then that's your entrance. So if perhaps your play would be to have these two charts, these two pairs, XRP, BTC. Obviously, we don't offer BTC pairs to trade on Hola Prime X, quite rightly so, but you would trade the USD pair, and then you just look for confluence, wait for it to retest that zone, wait to see where the price action is here. If it gives you nice confluence to the moving average and you're on the right side of it, then boom, there is your long trade. Now, I'm not going to put anything like this on here just yet, because as I said, you need to assess the context first, but there is plenty of potential options with XRP. And this is the sort of thing you want to see. You want to see tokens which are outpacing Bitcoin, and there's not many potentially at the moment. So maybe the last couple of days potentially, but this has obviously been going for a month now. So that's the XRP idea, Lola. I hope that helps. But just a little tip as well about how you can get confluence across different pairings. But yeah, I hope that helps. And let me know if that has. Hi, Arcus FX. Thanks for joining us again. Right. So I think that's me for today. Oh no, you know what? It's not. I mean, can I? Do you guys want to take over and I can end, or what do you want to do? Tell me.
Do we have
I'll hand it over
something
to you.
interesting?
Yeah, Igor, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah.
I just want to see what Paul has.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, Howard, you have the last word. I'll just, because I have a peanut setup. Peanut setup.
Wow.
It's a peanut setup, right? Anyone with nut allergies, leave the stream now, right? Let's have a look. I forgot. I'm sorry. I've got so many things.
No,
thanks, Lola.
no worries.
Let's have a look at peanut. Here it is, peanuts, right?
Peanut,
We offer this at Hola Prime, salted or otherwise, potentially. So this is the lovely symmetrical triangle, which peanut is in. And as you can see, we are gearing up for a potential golden cross, and we're gearing up for a breakout.
we're not on the screen yet. I can't see it yet.
Oh no, there's the infinity spiral. Let me stop it. And I'm using a new webcam today, and it's quite resource intensive, shall we say. Right, how's that?
Yep, got it.
Great. Okay.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah, it's pushing my my M2 Max MacBook to the max, literally. Right. So, and I think my dog wants some peanuts too. Do you wanna come and lie down, please? You're not supposed to be on this stream. Come on, lie down, darling. Right. So, golden cross potentially coming. We've got a symmetrical triangle in play, and the idea would be to enter on the breakout of this triangle. So, what you'd be looking for is essentially this, right? And then you want to see the cross. You want to see the moving averages swoop around. You want to see the 50 come above here, and then you've got a nice little pocket, right? That's the idea. Now, this again, because the altcoin market has been and probably will remain so very challenging to trade. You have to imagine in your mind, you know, what do you need to see for the perfect setup, or rather the best probabilities to get the probabilities in your favor. So I visualize it. This is what I want to see. And then when the price action does break out, if it does break out, and then it does come back down, I know exactly what I want. And if I haven't seen the golden cross, which will bring buyers to the market, and if I haven't got these moving averages offering me support, then I'm not going to enter, because there's a few perilous issues with this trade. Because if you have a meager breakout, you're running straight into resistance, right? So we could just roll over. So you have to be very clear about you want to see a clear break, a very clear break. And then these will start to curve round. The 50, of course, quicker than the 200. And then you come back down here, And there it is. You've got a golden cross on the back of it, on the back of a breakout, and there's your play for Peanut, right? And you can see Peanut does like to move. This was May, so it wasn't too far away. Peanut does like to move when it goes. So this could be a pretty good setup, maybe for next week, if Bitcoin dominance keeps doing what it has been, which has been refreshing to see the last few days. So that's my Peanut trade, which I was very keen to show because obviously it's abound with lots of wordplay opportunities, which we've already exhausted, I think. So I suppose we can make some plane jokes about trading Peanut on a plane, but let's not push it, right? So Howard, over to you.
Over to me. Okay. The only other thing I'm kind of looking at, I guess it's in a similar vein to the other dollar crosses, is dollar Canada. So
this will be interesting.
Canada. So on the daily, just really the fact that obviously we're in this downtrend. RSI has kind of made a kind of a higher low here, but we're kind of in that kind of sell zone, 45 to 55 on the RSI, which is usually not a bad place to think about in a downtrend where the RSI tops out. So just something again, I guess a little bit like dollar yen, where it's been choppy in a bit of a range for a bit, and we've had a few days to the upside. So this could be another candidate for topping out ahead of the lower high and new lows to follow. So one to keep your eyes on. This could be a good reversal trade once we get maybe a long upper shadow or something like before. Sometimes we get these kind of upper shadows at the end of the correction. So it could be a bit of a reach and then come back in, and then we start to turn over. Perhaps going into next week, that might be the play for going into next week. But trend is down, correction against the trend. RSI has gone from oversold to undersold, and could be a good trade location for shorts.
Yeah, for sure. Although, nice. I mean, it's looking like it's got a little bit of a, I don't know, it just feels like it could just pop just a little bit, I don't know.
A bit higher.
Yeah. It'd be very obviously in interaction with that level, but I think if it does break above that previous that level, that if it breaks above that, then maybe it's there's something else is in play here. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's don't trade what hasn't happened yet, right? So
yeah. I think for me, I'd like to see it perhaps close above this last lower high, and that for me would be a kind of a bullish turn on a multi-week basis. But until that happens, I kind of go with the trend.
Yeah. Good potential setups coming down the pipe actually, which is quite interesting on the back of this week. But as Igor, what you were saying at the start, again, it's just like these weeks when we've got like when you've got the interest rate data coming in, then obviously it's always a bit of a slow week. But when we've had so much stuff going on this week, it's been a little bit, and obviously last weekend as well with Independence Day and the big beautiful bill. There's just so much to process, and I'm not just focusing on the US, but yeah, no, it's good, Howard. Thanks. I've got to do a lot of good stuff today. I'll have to go through and have a look. But Arcus as a question. Oh, hi, hello. At Paul, MacBook Air problem with RAM is because mine's for sure. You're absolutely right. Mine is I don't know what Howard and Igor you're rocking, but my MacBook, I've got a MacBook Pro. It's a silicon. It's really good. It's got no RAM problems with my MacBook Pro, lots of RAM, but for sure those MacBook Airs do have some issues. But I am pushing it today with this new webcam. Going all 4K is hard work, unfortunately. Right. Okay. So that's us. Right, Igor, do you have any thoughts about? I asked you this yesterday about what are we looking to see as the week progresses. So what do you want to see from FOMC, right? What do you want to see? Now, obviously, I think you said yesterday that it's going to be highly unlikely that we're going to have any kind of anything happening at the moment. September is obviously the next kind of area, but obviously that's not quite the context. So do you think there's any possibility of something in between? So not a cut and maybe some more dovish kind of language to try and appease the current US administration? I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
There is always a push right now, as we talk about that yesterday, that Donald Trump pushed Powell a lot. And there is some way logical move to decrease interest rate for US dollar. If we think we can see that UK European Union, Aussie, Kiwi, all of them just decrease interest rates. So US dollar should do that. It would be healthy for the stocks and everything. But there is always a small possibility. So we know 100% that interest rate increase will not be. So there is always possibility for a decrease. And if that unexpected happen, that can push a market to maybe 100 pips in one evening without any problem. So it's always in my head about that. But usually in July, I think that will be nothing. Maybe we will see the report as same as from the last month. So it would be boring if I can assume that. But what I think a little bit, and just thinking about switch of the trend, I can show you something right now. Just my screen. I didn't do that a long time, and maybe that can be interesting. It's a COT report, and why is that important? I will just show you right now. This is the COT report for British pound dollar, for example, and the most important thing is green line. It's non-commercials or large speculators, and they're constitutes of managing money and other people. And the purple line are small speculators, and the red line are commercials. So what are important is that from the month, I think whole April, for example, we got a bullish increase of number of positions for the buying British pound dollar. But during the second part of the June, we can see that the number of that positions decreased. And we see the last 2 weeks, maybe 3 actually, we are going down related to the of course, this is not nothing. This should not be some, a clear evidence that British pound dollar will go down. But it's normal that in one point we are warming to see that bearish move maybe during the next several months. I will just show you, for example, the moment of this. This was the September. As you can see, we started to go down, and just in the end of the September, the price of British pound dollar started to go down, and it was more than 1,000 pips to the end of the month of the January. So we are starting for that right now, but I don't know we will get there. But maybe in 1 or 2 months, maybe we can see some major bearish trend for British pound dollar. And the similar situation is for US dollar index and for euro and etc. So I just monitor this report. We are getting this report every 2 weeks. So I hope that that we need to be prepared for that moment.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
No, very interesting. It's always, these are the sorts of, it's all very it's all very well for us to be like, well, what's happening? Is Jerome Powell going to quit live on TV, right? But the reality is that this sort of data, these sorts of analysis is where it's at, because we can't really predict what's going to be going on in that respect. So it's that argument again about the type of trader which ignores the news and focuses on the chart. And I think, Howard, you're definitely probably in that category, which is why you're the better trader, right? And I am the one, but obviously for crypto, I have to be very mindful of the winds, because my sailboat could be blown over, right, very easily, right, as a result. So it's interesting to see these balances. But I think Igor is the one which brings it all together with some proper data points, which we can trade off, as opposed to who's going to tweet something or mic drop something next. So really good, guys. Thanks. I'm going to have a little bit of difficulty trying to choose some positive, some clips from this stream, because there's been so much good stuff going on. However, I just want to bring back, before we finish,
Right, that works for me. Always up for a jam.
Great. And on that bombshell, the next session is in 30 minutes. They won't have music because we're the musicians. We're in session 2, but they'll have some great trades nonetheless. So hang around for that. Thanks, everyone. Robert, Lola, Albert, and Arcus. Thank you so much for being with us today. Please hang around for the next session, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much. Take care.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm just I don't know. I didn't feel good today. I didn't feel like the market was very predictable. I've been kind of nibbling, but I hate the prelude to either the FOMC, the main meeting, or the minute meeting. It seems like it just wants to go sideways, and there's no commitment one direction or the other. So that's my two cents worth there.
It's been like that for the last, I'll say, well, yesterday and today. Although we did have two strong moves, up and down, on the ES. But as you were saying, it hasn't committed to either direction. Again, whether you were bullish or bearish, you could have made money today. Which, okay, not bad, but very volatile. We should be interested in an hour's time when the FOMC meeting minutes happens. See what kind of, maybe the market can figure out a direction and kind of stick to it and be a bit more committed. But what about you, Iris and Paul? How are you finding it today? Iris, we can't hear anything. And you, Paul, as well.
Can't hear Paul either.
Let me double check. Make sure, guys, make sure that you're.
I think Paul? We're good. I think we're good here. Yeah. I had a great day. I'm very much so. I, like you, Sam, I missed the first kind of 20 minutes or so when we saw that big run up, and to be quite honest, I was very much looking for shorts at that point. I was trying to find any area where the delta started looking weird and sellers started pressuring in and the buyers started to seem a little bit weak. And on top of that, not only was I looking for shorts, but I decided to dabble in the micro NASDAQ a little bit. I told you I wanted to start getting into the NASDAQ a little bit more instead of just hanging around in the ES. And the first short that I took was a loser. It was like a 12-point loser or something. But then the second short I took, which was at I took a short at essentially 23,098, so really close to the top there. But
nice.
Wow.
But the thing is I didn't, because of how whippy things were and there was a lot of consolidation happening there. I thought it was either going to wick me out to the top end or just break down. And I was like, you know what? I was up 12 points again at that point. Or I was up 12 points to get rid of my, 12-point loss earlier. So I was like, I'll just take it. I'm just going to take it. And then literally 5 minutes later or 6 minutes later, it just dives. And, but, I was cool with it because it's the NASDAQ. Trading the NASDAQ is a different feel than trading the ES, but I think I'm just going to slowly get used to it here. It's very quick. So,
yeah, absolutely. Iris, yeah, we still can't hear you. Double check your mic is plugged in. Another thing you can do is click on settings in StreamYard, go to audio and make sure that the correct microphone is selected from the drop-down menu.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Lovely.
Okay. Yeah, I was testing a wireless mic. I forgot that this one was inside. Okay. It's so tiny. This is the tiniest one there is. And it was okay. I'm so sorry. I was like, what's going on? Okay.
How was your trading day, Iris?
So I did have one good move, but I always, according to my journaling, with this 10-year bond on the Forex factory, I know that I tend to have more losing trades if I keep going. So I'm generally careful, but I could not let this one go because this is just the same one I've been going over with you guys a couple of times. It's literally the same trade. So yeah, I had a stab at it and took a piece of the pie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That's good.
And by the way, I also traded I traded the NQ, the ES, and the Dow today. So I had
Oh my God, good.
I had a relatively eventful afternoon when the dive started to happen, and I just kind of joined in on the selling pressure on all three of those at different times, and it was a good day. So the short.
Would you like to share your trades?
Well,
oh yeah,
I can see your entries.
Oh, they were very quick scalps. No, they were very quick scalps, and I'm messing around with the Project X platform. I'm liking it a lot, by the way, and I've also been editing like the a lot of things and stuff. So I've been just doing like small micro contracts, nothing crazy. But I will share my screen real quick, and we can quickly go through them. Here we go.
Robert's in the chat again as well. Hello, Robert. He's on the phone with Spectrum right now, so I'll be able to hear in a few minutes. No problem. You take your time.
So on the NQ trade that I actually took a loss on, it was right here. I took a short at, so we had popped up obviously big time in about, let's say 15 minutes or so. And I essentially, once I started seeing this kind of formation here, I was like, you know what, I'm going to, or it was after this spike up on the 950 candle and then the breakdown on the 951 candle, I got short at 23,083-ish. And I just put it right above the high for a possible like breakdown into the 2350 area where we previously consolidated. I obviously got stopped out of that immediately in like 3 minutes time. But then I started seeing these doji candles. I started looking at the volume delta, and I let essentially some consolidation occur. Once I saw this lower high here happening on this 1 minute, I had to join in right around here. And it took a little bit. It took like 5 minutes, and then I got like my 10 points essentially. But then it just kept grinding down. I thought we were going to just pop back up. I thought the market was just going to consolidate and then pop back up, but it obviously took a dive. But it's okay. I'll take the 10-point scalp. And then on the MES here, let's see, 1036. Oh, yeah, okay. So I essentially, once the breakdown had already occurred in both the MES, the NQ, etc., I essentially looked for, I saw this like kind of sloping pattern here, and I saw sell volume was picking up, and I was just looking for like a lower high of sort to short off of again. I didn't want to, I kind of wanted to follow the logic of get into a trade where people are putting their stops kind of deal. So I wanted to get in as close as high to the range as possible to have minimum risk. So I took the short at 62 here. What was it? 62.9150, and then I got out at 62.8750 right here at the lower end of this little consolidation range here.
Nice.
And that was just super quick again. So nothing crazy. And then on really quickly on the Dow, this Dow one was pretty fun. And also very quick. 1052 here. Let's look. Again, I was looking at a similar situation to that I did with the MES there, where I wanted to get in on a short closer to the top of the range, and I got in, I believe, actually right here. with my stop at the high of like 44,603 or something. I put it at a couple ticks above this double top right here. And then it just broke down 30 points and I covered at like 44.50 or something right here. So few quick scalps, literally took like 2 minutes, 3 minutes for the MES and the Dow, and then the NASDAQ was the little bit longer one. But nonetheless, it was an enjoyable late morning for me. So
Good.
Awesome.
Nice.
yeah.
Oh,
You want
really
me to
good.
go for mine?
Please, absolutely.
Wait, it's sort of almost similar like the one before, but it has a few differences, and it wasn't as clean. Here we go. Okay, let me. I need to share. Hold on. Present.
Oh, dang it. I just missed it. I'm also looking to try and get into gold, trading gold, and I feel like I just missed it.
Ooh, you got my interest here.
Dang it.
Okay. So my interest was I was aiming this. You can see the opening of the 10 o'clock candle. So on the 30-minute, obviously, well, Paul, you just pointed out the chop above the 10 o'clock, right? So that was where you were sort of like struggling. It was not really clear, but you could see it was the manipulation move again. It took up the liquidity on the NASDAQ here, so that caught my eye, and I looked at the ES, and it did not take this liquidity, which is for me a confluence. So let me get back to this one, back on the minute. For me, this area, like you said, it wasn't really clear to me. I didn't have a clear breaker because normally that is my go-through, right? So I just used my time. I went to my time indicator and I used my root candle 953. And I basically just market ordered in because I wasn't here. It wasn't really clear to me. And I just thought, okay, here we go, boom. And now market ordered in. And then I went all the way back. I think I posted that. That was here. Where did I put that one? Oh, here. So this was yesterday's 4 o'clock. Why am I choosing yesterday's? Because yesterday it didn't. Normally that trade has to happen in the range between 11 until 11 Eastern. Yesterday it tapped into 12. It was 12 Eastern. So for me, this was still a valid 4 o'clock to play around with. As you can see, it didn't go all the way here. So this was just just get in and just take it to this level and then get out. And then I got chopped up. I just tried a bit and I got chopped up, and I learned my lesson again with the 10-year bond auction. This was a present, get out and don't overstay. Again, so yeah. So that's it. That was my my favorite model.
Really nice.
Guys, I'm bummed. I really just missed that gold trade. So I literally was looking for the point of control for today was at 33.18, and I was genuinely we like triple topped essentially on the day. And
Can
then
you show it?
Yeah, I can show it. I'm just so mad that I didn't have a limit order or something in to grab. Okay. Yeah.
It's weird. Sometimes missing a trade you've been waiting for hurts more than getting stopped out.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Okay, so maybe I'll change it to a 5-minute to be able to see more here. So on the volume profile, which or the TPOs, the market profile, it's you're not seeing it here, but essentially there are 3 different 30-minute periods where we topped out at this 33.21 to 22 area. And when that's occurring, usually that signals that you have like an unfinished auction that is happening. And I like to target. A lot of people will see like this is kind of interesting, right? It depends on your technical preference, like how you view technicals. But a lot of people will see like a double top, triple top, and they'll think like, oh, big resistance. I need to short off of that because there's big resistance. when I'm seeing like double tops or triple tops, I'm looking at them in a 30-minute time frame, and I'm looking and in my auction theory knowledge, I'm looking at this auction. A lot of people like trying to break through this area, and it's unfinished, and it eventually will finish. Whether it's today, it'll be completed, or it could be the next session, or so on. And when I see a lot of bullish momentum occurring, especially like I was seeing in gold here today, I felt like it was going to break out, but I need to get in at an entry point that makes sense. And point of control to me in the shorter term made sense to try and get in at, which was between 33,175 and 33,185. And when I was looking to get in was right when, or like when I was looking to take this trade, we were right up at like the 33.21 area. On this 12.55 candle here, and I wanted to see it drop in so I could get long to then see the breakout occur. And man, did that work out exactly the way I was thinking. And I did not, and you know, like Sam, we've talked about this before. We like to market order in all the time, and and this was an example where practicing when you have a preconceived trade idea and you genuinely know you want to get into this trade if it gets down to your price, maybe you should put a limit order in with then a stop below that, like a bracket order of some sort to allow for, if you're not looking at the screen for 3 minutes and it hits there, you get into the trade. But oh well, missed opportunity, and we'll just keep looking for other ones here. I'm going to look at crude as well today.
Well, I'll go over a few things. So I didn't get a chance to trade at all today, annoyingly. But there might be a trade in this session. And if there is a trade in this session, then great. But if not, then today was a slow day.
Yeah.
But so what I'm looking at, I haven't actually put my, oh no, I have put it up. All good. So what I'm looking at is we're kind of in this really choppy range at the moment. Of course, don't really want to be trading a range. Technically, yeah, you could sell at the highs, buy at the lows, but I rather an actual breakout of some kind. But I really want to I'm waiting for the market to either get to this area right here, so I can potentially short the market, or this area right here where I can potentially buy the market. One or the other. I'm at this point, I don't care. If you want to go up, go up. If you want to go down, that's fine with me. I just want it to break this damn range, because it's been stuck in this range for a while. It is starting to slowly look like, I mean, this is actually the first, if we just look at the range itself on a 1 minute chart. What we just saw now is technically the first kind of bit of bullish structure we've seen in this range. Otherwise, it's been pretty perfect. If we start from where it got really compact, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and now finally we've created a higher low. So potentially, fingers crossed, this could be the end of the range. We could finally see something happen. Again, regardless of which direction, I just want it to break out. So we actually have some trading opportunity. In terms of the footprint, very typical for ranges, right? So if I go to the 5 minute footprint chart, you'll see all the volume is just tied up at the highs and lows of the range as people are getting trapped left, right, and center, essentially, right? So when we look at when it started, you're seeing all the big buy numbers all just at the top here of people trying to trade that breakout. And then as we dip down, you see all the big sell numbers at the bottom as well, as people are trying to trade the breakout. So a lot of people just getting trapped, a lot of accumulation happening. We're seeing it still, big numbers coming in now. Look at that, 477. Oh, wow, look at that. As we're breaking that range, you're seeing all these breakout traders coming in right now. But are they going to be successful? There is potential for a trade for a very short scalp. Okay, so it's kind of happening now, actually. Let me get to the 1 minute real quick. Okay. There is potential. The buyers, okay, so lots of buyers just came in, but they're struggling to get it up. I just want to see some sell pressure come in. So I'm not even signed in. Okay.
We are right at
Don't look at my password. It's all good.
We are right at that point of control for the day on the ES. So we're kind of we're above it now.
Kind of,
yeah.
I mean, it's not an ideal place for me to short the market, truth be told. I kind of, but there could be a potential for a scalp. Look at all this buy pressure coming in, but are they pushing the market up? Not really. Yeah. So let's just gear up a trade just in case. ES good, 1 contract. All right, it's looking good. I just want to see sell pressure come in, and then I can literally have my stop above, just above that high. Okay, tiny bit of sell pressure coming in, a bit more,
and
they're being a bit more effective.
On the DOM, by the way, Sam,
yeah, I'm going to jump in.
62.95. There's a 540
really
lot.
Is there?
Yeah.
500. What price point?
62.95.
62.95. Okay, I can't see it yet because I've only got 10 levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would, because my ideal entry would be right here, 62.95 on the dot. But again, really quick scalp. Are the buyers going to keep having that pressure, or the sellers are actually going to be able? My stop is right above that wick. I feel I'll probably get stopped out on this one, to be honest. The sell pressure didn't really come in strong enough, but we'll just let it run. Again, such a tight stop doesn't really matter too much. But if not, if we get to here, I definitely want to be looking at short in the market. This is my ideal area, as I mentioned earlier. So we'll just let that play out. We could have a kind of situation where there is a bit of a manipulation, not manipulation necessarily, but a bit of a kind of liquidity grab where I'm moving areas now, where it kind of wicks up, grabs a bit of liquidity, and then shoots down. One of those sort of things could happen. In terms of TP, I mean, obviously the lows again are of the range would be the obvious one. These sellers are coming in, but they're getting trapped at below as well, which isn't great. I don't like this right here, where these sellers are struggling to actually break lower as well. They're coming in a bit strong. You see the numbers going up on the delta, but they're just not having. They should be able to break it with a bit more force. They're coming in strong. They're getting absorbed here. So I'm just keeping my eye on, and they're getting absorbed. I don't think the sellers are going to push it down either. So I think that was probably not a great trade. So I'm going to get out because I most likely will get stopped out on this one.
This is the top of that range. I'm
going to wait for the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 10:45.
I'll wait. I'll be a bit more patient. Gone.
On 10:45, that's when we started that range, and VWAP is actually right at the top of this range now. FYI, so 62.92 is where the VWAP is. I think that's maybe partially why we're also seeing the struggle currently at the moment. People, we're right at point of control. We're right at VWAP. We're at the top of this range where we've been consolidating for almost 3 hours. It's a very fishy area.
Yeah, there's an extreme battle going on. The numbers are flying. I mean, sellers keep trying to break this area. They get absorbed instantly. So unless, it's going to take a lot more, again, sell pressure to come in to maybe break it. It was a bad idea to jump in that hastily. But it's also good to recognize when, okay, look, that's why the footprint, I love the footprint, because it gives you that information in real time and you can update your analysis as you go along. And rather than allow yourself to get stopped out or potentially take a bigger loss, you can decide, all right, quickly get out. Let's reanalyze. Let's wait for a better opportunity. It gives you that information. If it was just candlesticks, okay, you can argue, yeah, the wicks you can kind of, tell, but you wouldn't know how many people are selling in that area. And the fact that I would have got stopped out. So I just saved myself from getting stopped out by recognizing, oh, look, the sellers aren't actually being very effective either. They're coming in quite strong. They're not pushing the market down either in this area. They're getting absorbed. Probably not a great idea to jump in for a short right now. Potentially, if they did break it a few minutes later, and then, they started becoming more effective, you can always jump in again for a short. You can jump in. All right, it won't be as good of a price as originally, but you save yourself that, first loss or whatever. So I'm going to wait. I've got an alert already set in this area. Hopefully, things play out and we see some good stuff happening in this area where I can short the market. But as of right now, not much to report this minute.
Yeah. And the 30-minute or the 1 hour opening range on the, there are so many levels, like the 62.94 to 62.92 area. There are just so many levels that are coming together right in that zone. So it's a very weird zone. So the 1 hour range, the bottom of the 1 hour range is right there at 62.94, 62.93. And then we were talking about POC and the VWAP, and there's just so much. I think you gotta kind of let it make its move, and then we look for support or resistance to try and jump in on something. But
absolutely. But I'll update you guys. Excuse me. I'll update you guys if a trade does occur, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. So.
Yeah.
So Sam,
yeah,
I'm looking at the daily on the NASDAQ, and I'm sort of getting more bullish instead of, I was bearish as well, but I'm looking at the daily now, and I am seeing a bullish breaker, and we just retested it, and I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if we might have a step upwards, well, or maybe just retest. Am I sharing? Because I'm sort of now, I was bearish until now.
You are sharing now. My apologies.
Okay. No worries. You see these candles. So this would be my bullish breaker. This has been on 27th of June. It was activated because we have a close above it. Or actually here? Now we're going into it. Yeah, we could technically go down, but I wouldn't be surprised if we would go a little bit to the fib levels, 1, 2, 2.5. But this is more higher level. This is more higher time frame. But we took out liquidity all here. We all done. It's just we have no idea at this moment. Liquidity taken. Either we go first down and then up, but let's see what the FOMC does. Who knows? What is your take on the rest of the month?
Sorry, say that again. It kind of cut off.
What is your take, or any of you guys, for the behavior of NQ? What are you anticipating, or any scenarios you have in mind?
I haven't actually analyzed it. Paul, you were trading it today.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if NVIDIA keeps having all these good headlines coming out and it keeps rocketing to the upside, I think it just takes, just going to take the NQ with it, I guess. I don't know. But I'm very cautious at the moment on both the NQ and the ES, obviously. I mean, the good thing is that let me actually take a quick look at the daily on the NQ, because I don't know the exact level it is on the NQ. I just know what it is on the ES. But essentially, the ES had the level of 62.60 as a a really good consolidation support area where we wanted to see if it was going to break through that to the downside, and if it held as support, we could see, you know, another break through all-time highs again. And I'm curious what that looked like on the NQ, because I wasn't looking at it for the NQ. But I've been loving the price action on the NQ lately, these last like couple weeks, you know, watching you trading it and whatnot. And that's why I tell myself, you know what, I gotta start jumping into this. So yeah, it looks like 22,800 on the NQ was like that area where there was a previous top tested as resistance and then got broken through, and then it came down as support. And if we were supported there, which is probably the confluence with the ES 6260 area, this is all starting to come together and make sense now. And now I'm feeling a little bit bullish, but today we've got a doji candle while testing the all-time highs in the NQ. So, and we're coming back down to the lower part of the range of the NQ on the day. So I think it genuinely is going to be kind of like get through the news, see, you know, maybe, I don't know if there's an updated dot plot in the minutes today or anything on what rates are gonna, what they think rates are gonna look like, or what the board members like voted on for the next year or two, and maybe that'll move some things. But I think we just need to get through some news, see how the market digests it through the day, and then go from there. And that bond auction, I what was the result of that bond auction? I think it was at 1:01 p.m. Let's see.
Interest was less than expected at 4.362. Expected was 4.42.
Yeah.
The bid to cover expected was 2.52 and actual was 2.61. So lower rates and better bid to cover.
Yeah. That's kind of strong then, right? So yeah, I think that people are kind of thinking that they're not going to get really better yields. They're looking at cuts happening, I think, is what that kind of is saying, right? They're looking at in the short term, cuts will be occurring, and so they're trying to buy the 10-year while they can at these levels, which is probably bullish for this. I mean, bullish in the short term for the stock market. For medium term, can't say, because when you're cutting rates, that's not necessarily always a good thing to be cutting rates. So there's like a kind of like a double-edged sword with that tactic. But yeah, so just feel like I rambled for 10 minutes on stuff, and
No.
but it's all important. It's all important, but there's just a lot of detail to go through to try and figure out, you know, where that confluence is, and just got to digest it as best as we can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. ES is still messing around.
Yeah.
I thought it would get there, and then it decided to do a little reversal, and that's back in that range area a bit. I think this range.
I have something
at this stage.
I have something that I snipped for specifically for this session. It's completely off the rails in La La Land, but it's interesting. If you are interested, I'll show it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we are.
Please do.
Okay. Let me figure out how to present. Share screen.
Yeah, and there was a lot of negative delta, by the way, on the ES, Sam. There, I don't know if you saw that.
I just saw it.
Just
1,000.
Like 5 minutes.
So,
And,
Troy, do you
keep
have
an eye
eyes
on
in
it.
the back of your head?
I'm sorry?
Do you have eyes in the back of your head as well?
Yes. Yeah, I have a mirror. You can't see the mirror over here. I have a mirror to my right so I can see those behind
Oh,
me. No,
really?
I'm kidding. I just like it as a backdrop. I know everybody's getting green
Nice,
screens, but So this is something that's kind of obscure. It's called the heavy truck index, and you can see in gray here they've identified where recessions were in the past, and so there's maybe 10 or 12 recessions going back to 1971 ish, and the heavy truck index is when people stop buying big trucks, heavy trucks. It seems to be a signal, and it seems to be preemptive. So you can see back here in 71, it topped out just as the recession was started. In 75, it topped out actually before the recession started. It kind of missed the boat in 1983, but you can see the last couple here in 2008, it stopped, a decent, maybe a month or two before the recession kicked in 2008 and the recession of 2019. I found this as just a kind of a weird, trivia question kind of thing. But they were saying that this thing has been preemptive in like 9 of the last 11 recessions or something like that. And so I snipped this, took a quick screenshot of it so I could show it to you, because we've topped out right here and it started going down. And the question is that indicative of a recession coming in here in 2025, 2026-ish? Because it has topped out. Now, the article that published this picture was saying that maybe there was some pullback in heavy truck buying due to potential tariffs and potential, seeing that the tariffs could cause a slowdown, that they were preemptively jumping kind of ahead of the curve. But obviously I don't know, but I just thought it was really interesting because we've already peaked out. And then what's next is a recession coming.
I'll tell you what, I love this stuff. This is the stuff I love. I live for this kind of economic data because there are, I feel like there are genuine correlations that do exist with like smaller things like this in like the economies that, are relatively simplistic. Like, they're simple, but they can point to something. And when you have like something like this combined with a few other things, you can maybe start to put together some sort of like a story. And I just love this stuff, man. This is,
well, I thought it was sort of, kind of weird, right? I'm like, oh, this is something we should talk about because it is kind of funky, weird, macroeconomic. Also associated with, I've seen another one, not called the heavy truck index, but it's called the Caterpillar index, where you're nodding your head. Have you seen this one before, Paul?
I've heard of it.
So Caterpillar sells all heavy dirt moving equipment, right? And so when a big project is coming in the future, whether it's government spending or whatever, you have this ramp up to it where they buy or lease the equipment to do it. And usually when the economy starts to, or prior to the economy starting to fall off, you see this peak in sales of Caterpillar. And so it's sort of the same basic concept: heavy truck, heavy machinery. You think about it, if it's a 5-year project and we're going into recession, let's put the brakes on it, right? And so they kind of maybe put the brakes on a little bit early, anticipating a slowdown. I don't know. I thought that as soon as I saw this, the first thing I thought of was, oh, this is similar to the Caterpillar index. Anyway, I just wanted to throw it out there, see what you guys thought of it. It might be complete bull, and it might be, very interestingly intuitive, right?
Yeah,
There's
because
a chart. There's a higher top in 2007 that hasn't been. If I would look like it as a chart, I would think, hey, there's liquidity here in 2007. We didn't take that out. We're just going to go a little bit down to take that one out. But I don't know if you can read it the same as a normal chart. Because if I would read it at a normal chart, I would think, okay, we might go down a little bit, but then it looks like, we might go up again.
Yeah, and this is why you need to you definitely combine this kind of data with other data. Maybe you start looking at things like import numbers for certain kind of like construction material or whatever, and then you look at and freight rates, like what are freight rates doing right now around the world. And there are a few things I feel like where this is like one of those things where it like tickles your curiosity, and then you start looking around to try and see if you can find other things that contradict it or support the idea of an economic slowdown or turn up. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's 3 hours later and you're in the US government database looking at, you know, at import export stuff, and your wife is asking you what you're doing. And I'm looking at fertilizer. I'm looking,
you know,
I went
copper's
over wars and to see how when we had a war coming, or like I just did like a few weeks ago, I was looking into charts with wars and how price action would behave like that. I think it was just around the time that I was on here for the first few times, and it was very funny to, well, it's actually not funny because war is not funny, but most of the times you see that as a lot of the times the price action does turn out, it goes very bullish at some point. And I was quite surprised to go over those charts. Yeah, once you get into it, so I just stopped at some point, but yeah, I love that as well.
Well, I mean, that totally makes sense from an economic macro view. If we have a war, what happens? We're blowing stuff up, and the stuff that we're blowing up is now gone, so it has to be replaced. So just the replacement alone causes an economic spend to get more ammunition, more everything. Then on top of that, of course, after we blow everything up, we come in with literally billions of dollars to rebuild. And so then you end up with this massive outflow of aid that goes to these war-torn countries to rebuild. So you get this massive. So not only are you getting the redo the inventory that we've used from a munitions perspective, but then you also get, well, and, you know, destroyed tanks, destroyed airplanes, you know, we're always replacing those. And then on top of that, we turn around and there's a big outlay for rebuilding. So, you know, it's very crass to say, but wars are very bullish for most every market under the sun, because there's this big push to re-inventory and to push aid. I mean, so if you look at like World War II, you know, the Marshall Plan, we spent, you know, billions and billions of dollars flowed into Europe after World War II to help rebuild. Not to mention that we were shoring up, you know, every battleship that got sank, you know, that's another $100 billion to redo that. So it's very sad because you know, that cycle it's unfortunate that it is bullish, because it means someone's benefiting from you know, the negativity of a war, and that's unfortunate. But when we look at things purely from a macroeconomic perspective, war creates demand.
Yeah, it's a very sad truth. A very, very sad truth.
Yeah.
I was starting to feel a little bit of FOMO here on the NASDAQ, to be honest. And obviously I'm not getting into a trade or anything, but it's starting to look like everything, the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the ES are kind of turning up with each other and trying to follow each other here to the upside. But maybe on a pullback here, might try to get long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just missed along, annoyingly. You pointed it out as well, Paul, that delta on the ES, about 1,000 contracts on one little place, right on the tip of the candle. I was hawking it, but then it kind of dipped below it, and I was like, oh, maybe it's actually going to go, and then it just shot up, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, and and interestingly enough, that there was when that got filled. That was a genuine bid of like 1,075 contracts that got filled. And then another bid entered in about 1 point below that at another 1,100 contracts, and then got pulled once price got to that level. Like the bid got pulled a second before price got there. And then and then the ES shot up again to VWAP actually. So
Have a
interesting.
look at 6292 on the depth of market.
Yep.
6292. You got a huge amounts of sell limits stacked up right there.
And also at 6295 again, it's that there's 575 there, and there's 576 at 6292.
So, 500. Both of them exactly the same.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that is. Wait, let me.
Is it profit taking, or is it somebody getting short?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it someone's take profit, or is it an actual fresh seller jumping in? I don't. It could be someone taking profit, because we technically have been bullish in the last.
They pulled. They pulled the 92. They pulled the 92.
They pull it. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it's gone. Maybe it's spoofing.
It could. I mean,
someone wants the market to go down.
So I got a great story about spoofing. I used to trade stocks 25. I worked for a proprietary trading firm way back as a salaried trader. This is in the 97, so it's been a forever. But when we would see that, we would suspect it was a spoof. And what we would do is when it got 3 or 4 price levels away, everybody in the office would take part in this, and we would hit that guy. We'd route the order directly to him, because you can do that in stocks. You can actually choose the market maker you want to do business with, even if it's above or below best price. And we would hit that guy in the offices. We had about 10 traders, and we would all take 10,000 shares. And so between the whole office, we would take, maybe 150,000 shares. And you would, if we were right, that guy the guy who was spoofing, would absolutely panic, because now he's short 150,000 shares. And you would literally watch it. It would spike, 25 cents. And we would be exiting. We'd be exiting as it was going up, making 2 to 5 cents per thousand. So that was that's $50, 1,000. And it was a way. Everybody in the office loved these. Whenever we could try to identify, we'd spend hours trying to identify if it was a spoof or not a spoof. Because obviously, if we would have but the thing is, if you take out that guy that's above the offer, everybody else sees that, and they're like, holy crap, somebody knows something, and it runs up, even if it's not a spoof. Obviously they've tightened the day trading rules and stuff since 97. It's very difficult, and you'd be foolish to try something like that now, but it was something that we did on a regular basis to take care, we'd try to nail those guys who were spoofing. And what you had is it was really funny, because it would go 10,000 would pop up on the offer, 10,000, they would go away, 10,000, go away. So you knew somebody's just trying to make it look weak. Ooh, there's a seller. No. Ooh, there's a seller. And we time it so we nail that guy, and then suddenly he's short 10,000 shares and he's panicked, right? So the spoofing thing is really risky these days, because there's so many big. I think there's algos out there that do nothing but look for that, and as soon as they see that, they'll run it up and cause a stop run. So I think it's much more dangerous now. Spoofing's. I don't think it's as common as it used to be.
And at the same time,
a few times.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry, Paul.
Oh no, you're okay. I was just gonna say, at the same time, I've heard stories of like HFT firms, like high frequency trading firms, using algorithms to try, because I guess you can get away with that kind of weird, like markets bidding and offering if your algorithm has like a genuine strategy behind it that is plausible in the court of law of the trading world here, but like it's got to be provable to some degree and whatnot. And I agree, it's super risky in my opinion. I don't see.
I can shed light on some of that. It's really hard to prove that you're spoofing, because what they're going to do is they're going to come in. They're going to say, well, you had no intention of having this. Oh, yes, I did. I had this strategy, blah, blah, blah. And then something changed and I changed my mind and I canceled the order. So it's really, really hard to prove that you're actively spoofing. And honestly, what we were doing was probably illegal as well. We were taking advantage of that poor guy. And
I think that's fair game.
Well, absolutely. I mean that's
he shouldn't offer them if he doesn't want to be executed. He shouldn't offer the orders. So fair game, in my opinion.
Here's another thing: is that you can set up your order so that it shows 1,000 shares, but it only executes on 100 share lots. So it'll do 100 share up to 1,000. However, you can also have it set so this is back end stuff, right? This is the big boys have access to this kind of order. They can have it so they can have 10,000 showing, but it's set for 100 share increments, and after they can say after 100 cancel the order. So they got a partial fill and then they cancel the order. So you might think there's a seller there, and as soon as you start nibbling a little bit, it'll go away. And so that's where the whole level 2, where you can see all the orders, it's really difficult to read because you just don't know what the back end is doing. Are they putting, maybe the guy wants 10,000 shares at 100 share increments, and when you see that, what'll happen is you'll see 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and it just in the 10,000 stays there, or it starts going down. You can see that guy it's eating through his size, and he stays there. Well, he maybe really wants it, and eventually they eat up all 10,000, and then it lifts, right, and the price goes up. So it's hard. Very hard.
Sorry. Those 500, they were actually executed. They hit. It wasn't a spoof, that one. But we're very close to that area.
Or they're starting to get positioning for the FOMC.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Damn it, I forgot about FOMC.
So he's either getting short in anticipation, or he's taking his money off the table. One or the other, right?
This makes sense, generally speaking. This terrible price action makes sense. People are just trying to shore up really quickly and then let the algos do the work as soon as they read the minutes in 5 seconds time or 1 second's time, and then they'll make their moves. But there's no point in really trying to scalp anything right now unless something is extremely obvious. But
when Sam was doing that short earlier, I was drooling to take the short with him, and I'm like going, no, don't do it, because you're just sideways right here in anticipation of the news.
Yeah. Oh, I really want to short it right now. I really want to short it right now. We have 8 minutes. Do you think I could do it in 8 minutes?
I mean, Sam,
I
say you do.
I won't go for long. I'm going to fade you. But I'm not going to enter before the.
Look at I'm doing it. I'm going short. I'm going short really quick.
You do what your analysis says.
Not before the news. Be careful.
Remember those no matter what, I'm getting out.
Remember those short films that we saw?
No matter what, I'll be getting out.
Yeah. We'll keep the timer. We'll keep the timer on.
Is this going to be one of those trades we're going to have at Ask the Pros, where we talk about?
There we go. It's exploding down.
Oh, nice. But it could be the manipulation.
Look at all that volume stacked up. All right, there we go.
But it could be the manipulation.
Oh, what's going on?
It's the manipulation.
It's all right. I'm ready out.
Cover.
I'm out. I'm out.
Nice.
I'm out. I'm already out. I set my TP.
Yeah, but there's liquidity down.
And
look,
it kind of
you see,
gapped or something. It did touch it, but I don't know. It didn't execute, so I got out manually, and sadly, I didn't get the full TP that I wanted. But the only reason I shorted it was crystal clear. Look at all that volume stacked up. They couldn't bring it up. There's going to be a pop, and it always
That's a buy
happens.
trap. It's a buy trap right there.
Exactly. It might be lower. Yeah.
And I knew there would be like a reaction, a pop of some kind, real quick scalp. It happened. Annoyingly, I think I put my TP like 1 point away, so it didn't actually touch.
And see, that was super. That's why
that was news driven. That was news driven. Look, it says Amazon Prime Day sales fall 41% on first day of the 4-day event. That's what that was.
Oh wow.
Oh, so might go lower.
I said.
Yeah, you knew.
That's very annoying. I set my TP, I thought, by this candle here, and it technically touched, but I don't know. Never mind. Yeah, okay, but now no trades until FOMC. But earlier there was a perfect buy opportunity as well. If I just go on Go Charting, sometimes I see things a bit differently on this platform. But look at that. 1,300 sell contracts on the delta, right on the tip of the candle, literally on one level, over 1,000 contracts, and then they tried at it again, but we never really saw that much aggression come in from the buyers, to be fair. So it kind of just made its way up. But oh, look at that, 500, 600. It was just beautiful. Technically not in my area. Still a little bit to go, but it was close enough. Well, I just wanted to get in.
Yeah.
But any bets on FOMC, up or down?
Yeah. First down, then up, maybe. That would be.
I'm gonna say
I'm not touching it.
They're going to say they're waiting on data, and it initially will go down but then they'll say, oh, but maybe in September.
Yeah.
I was looking for a coin to flip, but I can't find one. I don't have.
I don't have a coin either. I mean,
I have no thoughts.
Is there someone out there who knows more than we do? And was that people taking profit, or was it someone big shorting the market? If it was someone big shorting the market, maybe they know something we don't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they got a bit of information. That could have been Jerome Powell's brother.
Yeah.
His long lost cousin just shorting the market. You just don't know. I mean,
bye, Robert.
If it is,
well,
we know it's going down.
What's interesting though is an order that big though will attract attention.
Yeah.
So if it truly is insider, somebody's going to go back and say, "Oh, we had this big order before every news." They knew which direction, and the SEC is and the NFA too is constantly monitoring for that type of stuff. I think you can get away with it if you stayed sub 50 contracts, because then you just got to blend in with the rest of the volume. But once you get above 100 contracts, I think you start attracting attention.
Yeah. I'm going to flip a coin. I'm going to say I'm going to go and imagine that was a fresh seller shorting the market. Most likely it was someone taking profit. And the reason I think actually it probably was someone taking profit, mainly because it was in a... Yeah, I mean, we have been pushing up. It's been very choppy. Would someone have held it, though, through all that chop?
Well, somebody bought it. Somebody bought it off the offer.
Oh, I've got a very interesting level on NQ. On the upside. 23, 16, 17. Do you have anything on your volume profile there, Sam, Paul?
Let's have a look. What was it? 23.
23,017-ish.
Okay.
I'm looking as well.
23,017-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
we do.
There we go.
I'll pull up my.
Yes.
I'll pull up my what do you call it? Screen. Show you.
That is
So,
roughly
right
value
here
area
we've got a.
It's right at the 50% fib
Yeah.
off the big move.
We got a nice gap as well.
Exactly. I've got two confluences there, and if you guys have your volume profile there, it might be very interesting if it will go short first and then yeah. But then again, is it because it's the lowest your lowest volume node, or you have one lower there above or not? Is that how do you look at it?
Yeah, there is one that's even better up here, but that will certainly have some kind of reaction. Oh, news is about to happen. I'll say down.
I say down too, and then
Wait
maybe
for it.
up. But yeah, we know.
Nothing's happening.
I think it's
It
gonna
might
be
go
down.
up first. We just have no idea.
You got to give
Might
the
take a
algos
while.
time. Got to give them a little bit. Give
Oh,
them
well,
10
that
seconds.
was anticlimactic.
Yeah, very.
Yeah. Come on, we've been waiting for
Nothing's
you.
even trading.
That's
There's not even big numbers being traded. What's going on? Depth of market's thin as well.
The people are tired. People are exhausted from
was-
this price. Actually.
Okay. So
That
the
was
Fed
very
minutes,
anticlimactic.
it
I could
says
have-
that I have some news here. Well, it says breaking news. Like several participants said, the Fed funds rate may not be far above its neutral rate. So essentially, a little bit more bearish on the idea of like cutting really much at all. And I mean, that's kind of already known, right? Because at the max, we'll get 2 cuts likely this year on something, unless something catastrophic occurs. So, yeah, that's kind of a dud of a breaking news there. But also,
Yeah.
all participants viewed it as appropriate to maintain the Fed funds rate at the current target range. Participants agreed risks of higher inflation, weaker labor conditions had diminished but remained elevated. And participants observed that uncertainty about the economic outlook had diminished amid a reduction in announced and expected tariffs, but overall uncertainty continued to be elevated. Yeah, so that's as of right now.
What are you reading from?
Fair.
What side are you using?
The good old financial juice. And
Yeah.
Oh, that's
then,
fine. Okay. How is going up to that level now?
and also, Fed staff just saw
Yeah.
higher real GDP growth for 2025 than previous forecast and saw inflation lower than the prior forecast. So, good news, relatively speaking, for the economy, it seems.
Okay.
Nice. Well, that was very
It doesn't really give a
anticlimactic.
setup. Yeah.
So,
Super.
was expecting a bit of fun, but
Mhm.
didn't quite happen.
Yeah.
But we are approaching a level I potentially want to short it again. But I got to say the sellers are they're looking quite weak right now. They're piling it on,
see a lot
but they're not really doing.
It's a lot of created liquidity now onto the upside.
They're being absorbed.
They are, yeah.
I kind of want to
But
short gold.
either way, if it gets in this area here, I certainly gold. Very brave. That's what I would say. I always say it. I'm terrified of gold. Gold is my nightmare.
Just playing around with the micros. I'm going to try and play around with the micros a little bit. Use the volume profile and TPO charts and see, try to apply them like I normally would with, the ES or the NQ or anything, and kind of just test out the market, see how it goes. Micros, a lot safer, can manage my risk really well and everything. And it's a good way to kind of dip my toe in the water.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on those and CL, but I want to do some more just now, not really back testing, but just, dive a little bit deeper in the market and just get to know the levels a little bit.
Yeah.
I might do that in one weekend, not this weekend, but the weekend after. So Troy, you said something very interesting. You said that CL and gold were very much correlated, right?
They trade very similarly. Yes.
So would you look at one of the other when you trade one of them?
Well, I think the reason why they are is they're both denominated in dollars, and they're both sort of safety havens for inflation. If inflation's going up, what do you want to do? You want to buy commodities because those are the hard currency, or the hard physical. The tangible that will go up in value. But you will find that that they're thin. They're thin compared to the ES or even the NASDAQ.
We had a big little spiky.
Oh, I'm still up on the screen. Yeah, we're in that area. I am looking at potentially shorting it, but I have to see confirmation on the footprint. As of yet, I don't see any confirmation. Buyers came in very strong here, but they actually were very successful at pushing the market up. These buyers here, they've been very good. If anything, sellers have been weak. So that on its own is not a good sign to be shorting it, but things can change. It can switch very quickly, these markets. So I am keeping my eye. Come on, show me the money.
I think I'm going to take it along.
So some more breaking news here. Very, very interesting. Some participants said that the most likely appropriate path would involve no rate cuts in 2025. Those participants cited recent elevated inflation readings, elevated business and consumer inflation expectations, and ongoing economic resilience, which I kind of fall in a similar camp, to be quite honest. But a couple of participants noted they would be open to considering a rate cut as soon as July, meaning if the data evolves as they expect. So this is classic. This is classic. There's some people in the Fed that want to cut rates sooner, and then there's others that don't want to cut them at all, and it's just a bunch of noise. We got to eliminate the noise, essentially. So
I'm long, guys, but I'm getting out of 23.16.
Okay.
Breaker trade.
Share your screen.
I'll
flip it over to yours.
Oh shit! Hold on. It just made a no. Okay. Are you seeing my the trade?
I'm seeing your trading view.
Oh no! I took it on X. So I got my trade 23.16. It's done. So I took it. Let me just. Oh, sorry.
Unshare and then reshare with the correct.
Okay. Well, I'm out. Okay. It doesn't really matter because I'm out already. You heard it, like you cannot hide it. Like when you overtrade, it goes like, oh, I have to put those sounds off because if I'm overtrading, you guys can hear it. The thing is that I can't put all my indicators. So this was my trade. Breaker here, and then my 23.16. That's it.
These little scalps.
Yeah. But a small one. It was
sadly on my end, there was no short on my end. It just like I said, those buys were very effective. Yeah. But potentially there is potential to buy. I'm just waiting for it to dip back into this area, and then I can. Ooh, it's doing it. Let me get my screen back up. Everything's so quick. Okay. What am I looking at? Yeah. Don't run away. Update. Come on. What do you mean disconnected? Okay.
Funny thing
so
is,
quick.
Are you shorting now?
No. I'll potentially buy. I'm just looking for. Okay, it's dipped back in. I'm looking for a bit of buy pressure coming in. Come on, come in quite strong. Come on. I'm looking for buy pressure now.
Yeah, I think I might get short.
That black line would be perfect in that area. No, I'm not shorting. I'm buying. I'm buying.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Because it's broken through the gap. It's come back to the other side.
Yeah.
Then I'm just looking for buy pressure.
Definitely. Yeah. I'm going to wait.
Unfortunately,
could just have been a fake out as well. That doesn't necessarily mean.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry, Paul.
No. Unfortunately, when I was looking at the NASDAQ at a potential long, it was at 156, and obviously I was saying I was not going to make a trade 4 minutes or 5 minutes before. There's no way that I was going to do it, and that turned out to be a dud. But it looks like you guys might be getting an opportunity here to jump in long. Here we go.
Yeah. 1 minute.
I should have stayed.
Don't run away. Don't run away. 200. I'm happy. Come on. Come on. I clicked it.
I should have let it run.
There we go. That took ages. Oh, dear. I had to reconnect and everything. All right. My stop has got to be about 295. That's such a bad price, man.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah,
really
I can't
bad
really.
Price, but
I don't have a TP. I can't calculate anything properly now, so I have to stay out.
304. 304 is my winner. It's almost a 1-to-1, a little bit more, but oh man, that took forever. I clicked it when it was down here, and then it just had to reconnect and whatnot. Okay, the buy pressure's come in. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, I'm staying out.
In the NQ, probably what my target would be if we were to make a run here would be 2360. That would probably be where I would be looking to get out. That would be point of control on the previous day that made an all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
So
you know what that is as well, a weekend gap, and it's the golden zone OTE level. So yeah, it might be a good level.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, the buyers. I'm expecting a bit more aggression than this. They're being a bit. Here's the last high. I'm expecting that to be taken out soon, but I don't like this. What's going on? Come on. What the hell? Come on. Is that all the buyers have? You need to have
if I get a retest,
this is weak.
Yeah,
it might just be a retest, which is fine. But I really don't like how they're getting. I wouldn't say trapped necessarily, but a bit. You could almost argue it's a bit of a trap. I mean, the good thing is on a 5 minute, we had that lovely 950 cluster right here. That they defended that really well. Those were the original buyers who made that move up, pretty much. Not quite, a bit further down. They did pretty well on defending it, but the buyers who are coming in now are being a bit meh. They are being a bit weak, for a lack of. I mean, look, they're getting trapped at the top here now.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a beautiful area to go down to reject off. We're in a bearish fair value gap. There we have the fair value gap again. So I don't have a proper trade at the moment to go further. I don't have any, not enough confidence in it. I think it might go up, but I can't frame it properly with risk reward anymore. Yeah.
You are not. You guys are not helping.
Hey, Troy, what are you doing?
What are you looking at, Troy?
I went short.
Okay.
I'm out now, but
oh, thank you.
You might be right.
Don't do this to me, Troy.
when you went long, and it popped up, I went short. So there's always somebody on the other side of the trade.
Yeah,
love it.
Oh, we both could have a winning trade, because mine was just a very short term, and you might have just been okay. I'm willing to have a little bit of drawdown, and that is just my. I was just in for really a few seconds, and if you are willing to, maybe you thought, oh, you know what, it's going down anyway, but I'm willing to go sit through the drawdown. We both have a winning trade. You're just in for a little bit longer.
No, I just shorted it again.
Yeah, I'd feel a lot better once this high gets broken. Troy, you're killing me. You're killing me, Troy.
Gold's open cry hours are roughly
to like double check all this.
Roughly to 1:30 p.m. Eastern, right? Or is it 2:30? I think it's 1:30.
Come on, fucker, go down.
All right.
Are you still long? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
I'm going to double up on my position if we get to that box there.
No, I'm not long anymore. I got out at 22.
Double up again if we get into here.
I covered.
Nice.
Oh,
it's a good little scalp for you.
Yeah, it was 22 ticks on the NASDAQ.
All right.
Nice.
Anything over 20, I start getting nervous. They're going to take it away.
In.
You know what I'm saying, Paul?
5. Yeah, I was going to say you're not one to take drawdown. I've learned that you are not one to be a drawdown guy. You want to take what you can get and get the heck out of there. So I get it.
Well, if we bounce back up to 23.12-ish, I might re-enter.
It's rejecting beautifully.
Got my stop at 294.50.
Yeah, it's a short.
Come on, it's got to hold now. This has got to hold. Don't let these sellers. Don't let these sellers.
Are you long or short?
I'm still long. I'm long.
Ooh.
Really?
Come on, hold. This area's got to hold. My stop is so tight. Okay, I'm liking that 300 right there. I'm really liking that. That's good. Come on. I'm liking that. That's it. Don't allow them trap those sellers. That's it.
I'll send an email to the hedge fund guys for you.
Let's hit the original buyers are protecting their position. That's good. My stop is so tight right now. Come on, don't get absorbed now. Don't get absorbed. Come on. I don't like that 167 at the top. These buyers are also getting trapped. My only hope is that these original buyers are going to hold the line. Hold it. What if my stop loss is at 294.50? 294.50. So this line here, yeah. That's it. Come on, come in with some aggression. There we go. That's what I want to see. A bit of aggression. Come on.
I'm on the sidelines because I'm not going to be bad mojo for you.
This was it moved down a lot more than I expected originally to, but I'm starting to feel a bit more confident now that I'm seeing those buyers come in with a bit of aggression. It's these original buyers who made that move up. They're the ones defending it, which is very good for me. I just need them to, really push it. Don't slow down. That's it. Don't slow down. Keep it going. Sellers are trapped now. 300 contracts, another 300. We've had that buy move. I'm feeling a lot more calm and confident now. But I was getting very around this area. I didn't like it because I was seeing buyers getting trapped. I'm still obviously on edge because I mean that could be the move up, but I'm. This is looking good right now. This is looking good. We just need to clear all that debris right here. All that crap to the left. We need to clear it. Just brush past it, and we're good as gold. And then we're going right up to here. And I can sit back, relax, pretend that trade never happened. That was a come on. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare trap those buyers.
Sam, I got long with you. I also got long with you at
Thank you, Paul.
My execution price was pretty terrible, to be quite honest. And I have the same stop as you. I think I have 94. And I have a feeling, so where's this big volume node here?
Oh,
95.
I'm going
94.50.
I think I'm going short, guys.
Come on.
No, I'm joking. Yeah,
this is insane. What is going on, everyone?
Well, I'm hoping. Well, not hoping. What my thought is that on the NASDAQ, especially, the 23,000 area is like kind of where previous resistance was, and then we just broke out of it. And I was hoping to see support there now. And so if the NASDAQ breaks through 23,000, I think our trade is for sure toast. But also my stop is at 20. Actually, my stop is at 29,350 to give it a little bit of room, because that's kind of where resistance was for that whole range period. I just wanted to be a tiny bit below it. I have a feeling it could test that area and then go back up. So you need a little bit more room.
Yeah, it's a short.
This is I'm about to get stopped.
Short. I can't.
I'm on the sidelines. I can't take the pressure.
That's very annoying. That's very annoying. I just got stopped out. It was looking so good here, and then it just, again, buyers were trapped. I swear, if it goes up now after it just touched
and I'm getting stopped. I'm getting stopped out now. I'm stopped out. I'm stopped out.
No, I'm doubling up again.
Okay, I'm done. I knew it.
I'm jumping in again.
Oh, I was going to say I could share my screen, but you got it.
Yeah,
you're jumping in again. Okay. Good.
I'm jumping in again. The buyers came. It literally, it's just a little stop hunt. I should have had a bit of a bigger stop to allow the movement.
I would love to see a nice explosion here. That would be fantastic.
I can see what it's doing, and it's just being 304. 304. So
yeah. It's,
all right.
I think you guys are good.
Move up now, please. There we go. The buyers are coming in. Just literally, my stop was that black line. It just touched it. This is getting very frustrating. I swear, do not. Why are you getting absorbed up there? I'm starting to get frustrated now.
It's all right. I think we're gonna see. We just got to see a little bit of consolidation possibly here. We might chop around in this like 3-point range maybe for a few minutes, and I'm hoping before our session ends here at 2:30 that we get to see the pop. Imagine it happens at 2:30 on the dot, but
absolutely, that would be so annoying.
Keep in mind that usually the first move after the FOMC is usually the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is
always
fine.
in the back of my
I'm only
mind.
wanting it to go up to here. I only want it to go up to here. It's not even that far away. Even the high, you know what? If it starts messing around, if it gets to that high and then starts messing around, I'll probably just take my money, to be honest. Not even look for the extension. but the buyers are coming in. I just need that aggression to come in. They're being very, very kind of.
It's grinding. Super.
I had my stop
slow.
just a bit too tight. Don't get trapped. Do not get trapped. Let me look what's going on the 15-second or something. Oh, it really doesn't want to get out of that area, does it?
We'll see. We'll see. I'm giving it some time. I've got my stop at 93, so I'm gonna give it a little bit of time. Give it another.
Where is your
5
stop?
minutes.
93.
Yeah.
I might move my stop a little bit less tight because I do take the Michael with my stops. That was a bit too tight. There we go. All right. It should be fine. It should be fine.
And there's a flat candle on the 15-minute as well on the NQ. I don't know if ES has the same. That's also always interesting. So that is also higher at 23.048. So that might be an interesting. That's also in the just before that level, that pool that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
NQ has a flat candle, which is a magnet.
So what's happening?
This area has just been filled.
Yeah,
It's
what's
no
happening?
longer a gap.
The Dow is like, so what's funny is like a lot of stocks in the Dow right now are like chopping downwards, but the NASDAQ is trying to break out. So you've got this weird, the ES is just in a purgatory essentially. And
yeah. That area got filled, which isn't good. It's no longer a gap. If it's no longer a gap, it's just it doesn't work as support anymore. Once an area is filled, it's filled. It means it's that's not good. All right, one last analysis. We've got 4 minutes. Show me something. Show me something. Cumulative delta is not looking that particularly great as well. The buyers are just struggling to get up. I might have to say no to this trade. I might have to get out. Now that area has been filled, that's my trade analysis. Like my whole point of it is almost done. Unless the footprint can give me some kind of miracle and just come in with aggression.
How does the level
aggression?
How does the level get filled when price action is not there yet, or is it a different area you're talking about?
Oh wait, it's because it's just been hovering in that area for ages. So this area here was a gap, but now that it's been in there for so long, it's now become a higher volume node. And if it's become a higher volume node, that means more people like to transact in it, and it goes sideways basically. The whole point of low volume nodes is that they're quick, the in, out, gone. They don't hang about in those areas. When it starts becoming a higher volume node, well, you're just stuck in a range.
Yeah.
And then anything can happen. Do you know what I mean? It's a ranging market. I hate being stuck in a range and like dead in the middle of the range. So I think
exactly. So I had this level. Yeah, there we go. I said this 23.17-ish level, right? And I should not have gotten in. I should have trusted my analysis. That's it. That's the only thing I can calculate. And I just stay out. And then I take another small loss just because I get greedy. And I was just hovering around. And yes, you're behaving very annoying.
I can totally see the ES trying to trade down to the point of control now to then get some more, like for then the buyers to build up a little bit more position and then continue the upward move. Honestly,
these sellers are. they're getting effective. 150, another 100. They're pushing the market down. They are still trapped technically at the bottom, but they were released, but they didn't actually get out. It's not looking good. I think I'm going to get stopped out, so I might as well get out before I get stopped out.
I'm like the Wall
Come
Street.
on, trap
just
those sellers, trap them. That's it.
I'm sticking to my guns here. I'm not leaving.
Just trap them. Yeah, you know what? Got a minute before. Watch, as soon as the candle closes, then it will make its decision. You know, the half past. That's a gap now. There it is. It's going to make its decision in 20 seconds when the stream ends.
My target is closer to the upper end of the initial balance, somewhere between 63.10 and 63.15. For any of the viewers out there that are wondering what my thought process was in terms of risk to reward, I was basically risking 5 to make 12 to 17. So that was the thought process.
Nice.
All these trades doesn't really matter.
Well, guys, we have hit time.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Boo.
Now it's making its move up. Should I just close the trade for the sake of this video, this live stream? Go on, get into profit at least, and let me close.
Yeah, just go into
I'm on profit.
and then you
Thanks.
then you
I'm
go.
happy with it.
Close it.
A little bit more. Come on. Sorry, I'll close it off camera. It's fine. But guys, yeah, great session.
It's been a pleasure. It's
Yep.
been it was a lot of fun.
Are you gonna watch? I mean, I'm gonna watch the trade later on anyway. I'm not. Yeah, you guys too, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm sticking through it.
I'm to be honest. Yeah, it's either gonna stop me out or hit the TP. I'll just do whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll let you know tomorrow if I got back in.
All right.
Awesome. All right. Well, Iris, Troy, Paul, it's always a pleasure. Have a great afternoon, evening, wherever you're at, whatever time zone you're in. And yeah, Troy, I don't think I see you tomorrow. I think Daryl is
No, I'm
doing the session with us tomorrow.
I won't be here till next week. So.
No
All right.
problem. Well, I'll have a great weekend then. I'll see you next
thanks.
week.
See ya.
Thanks everyone watching. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.